imps! Welcome, welcome! Another day, another stream, huh? Am I right? Yesterday was a wild and was very weird, but I had fun. But today we have to talk about the recent ceasefire deal. I'm honestly I'm really skeptical, but at the very least, you know, like the Palestinians felt, you know, so much relief. So at least it would give them some breathing space. Like, you know, honestly, I don't trust Izzy to honor anything ever. So yeah, like it's gonna be really tough, you know. And also, I just want to say hello first before we get started. Let's just get settled with the chat first. So, tell me, tell me, what have you been doing for the past 24 hours, imps? Since my last stream, what have you been doing? Not gonna lie, that deal so far looks like a pile of shit. Yeah, I agree. Like, I'm not really excited or thrilled. Zdarova, Zito Kajit, and 950. First time chat, Bakay ko. Let's go. And hello, T-Color. What's up, Mana? Hello. Hello, everybody. Mana lurking, yeah. Yes, hello, Zetter. Mainly sleeping. Feeling sick. The rhino virus got me. Wait, what is the rhino virus? What does that do? Gaming and reading. Okay, that's cool. It's the weekend after all. I've been just doing chores. I wasn't able to do my my recording because I realized I have to do my chores today, and then tomorrow I will do the recording. So yeah. And also, I was watching District 9 with my partner, so I was like, yo, this is an apartheid. I didn't know about the movie, and my partner told me, oh, I think you would like this movie because it's, you know, it's very similar to what's going on in, you know, in Palestine. But it's basically, you know, it was in, the setting was in Johannesburg, of course, the heart of the apartheid. So yeah. Respiratory virus, oh shit. I hope you feel better, T-Color. Please recover and stay hydrated. And also, do you Lexter? Welcome! First time chatter, let's go! Yeah. What kind of tea do you drink, T-Color? Konnichiwa, chatto. This deal is so fake. The Israel leaders don't want. And also, have you seen the people's reaction? Like, I thought you want them home. I thought you want to bring them home. Why are you protesting the ceasefire deal? Seems to me that you don't really want to. You don't really give a fuck about your hostages, you know? They just want, you know, they just want the G side to keep on going. I'm considering watching Eraserhead instead. Is it good? I don't know. I don't know what Eraserhead is. We got another sheep. Mana, the poor shall eat well. The poor shall eat well tonight. What? Howdy, Mountain Canadian. Mountain Canadian. Do you actually live in the mountains, Mountain Canadian? Wait, is your name Sozy Aqua? Sozy Aqua. Well, Antifa, I'm not sure about Eraserhead. You should probably like check some reviews. If to me, I honestly do not give a fuck about spoilers. Like, I'm like, oh, what's this movie about? Okay, I'm gonna check it out. Cause I don't want to waste my time. Like if I feel like it's gonna be like wasting my time, like I'd rather go through like a spoiler than have to waste my time and find out that the movie sucks. I don't care about that. Also, yes, I'm Aris. What's up? Hello, hello. What's up, Beijing? What's Beijing? I live somewhere in the mountains. I'm up in the Yukon. Ah. Where is that? Like somewhere in Canada? So far I know it's a sort of horror from that dude that recently died. Yeah. From the journal. Yeah, he was a journalist, right? Like he had a video, right? He had a video of like, just in case he gets martyred, he actually already has a video. Like, oh, if you're watching this, I'm already martyred. Like, can you imagine how fucked up that is? Like, he already anticipated that somewhere, some way, somehow, like, he's gonna get martyred anyway. Like, that's like the kind of preparation, like, and a level of acceptance that I cannot fathom, Like, I just, like, no human being should have to do that, I don't care about spoilers. They might even make me more interested in something. Same, March. Yeah, I really don't give a fuck. Like, me and my partner don't care about spoilers. Like, we want to see something like, oh, this sounds interesting. Let's watch it, Yukon Cornelius over here. Oh. No, I'm talking about David Lynch. But I saw that video too. That was crazy, bro. They want to kill people more than they want peace. Bloodthirsty psychopath. Yeah, they do. I don't know. Like, they just, all for what though? Like, what? For like a piece of land that they don't belong to anyway? Like, what is their purpose? Like, I really don't understand like their obsession to like establish themselves as like, we are indigenous here. No, you're not. Everyone who has a single brain cell would not consider you indigenous in the land. Are you? And they always try to like, like drop some obscure like, oh, we were here, like our ancestors, like our our ancient ancestors were here from like what, like 6,000 years. I don't know, like how many fucking thousands of years ago. So I really don't fucking understand. To be honest though, Ben Gvir and Smotrich said they don't want the deal, and if the deal goes through, they said they quit, which means Satan Yahoo loses his majority from the Liquid Party. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah. To me, it sounds really fake. Like, I know that because like I also heard that every inauguration there's a little bit of a ceasefire, right? But after the inauguration, they're just gonna go back into it anyway. The shelling will not stop. Business, they want the resources beneath the lands. That is true though. Like, they have a lot of oil. They have a lot of oil there. You think racist fascists can use logic? Nah. Yeah. I mean, my bad that I that I somehow just assumed that fascists would at least somehow use logic in their with like behind their action. They would be like some sort of like a logical explanation behind their actions. I don't know. They just sound like a virus. Expansion for the sake of expansion. Growth, right? Or like a cancer cell, right? Like growth without any meaning, or like just growth for the sake of growth is literally the philosophy of a cancer cell, So, I don't know. The only indigenous are the Palestinians and actual, Jews who were living there before these people came. Exactly. Like at the like, if you just go back 100 years ago, right? Like, um, Christians, right? There are ancient churches, Christian churches in Palestine, ancient mosques, ancient, synagogues, right? So annoying. Christianity began in the Levant, so technically Italians are indigenous to there as well since they're Christian. Yeah, exactly. Same logic. I'm starting to feel it is less this is our land and more we don't like brown people sullying what we consider holy because we can't accept them being Semites. Right? I know, Sneaky Turtle. Like it almost feels like that. It's still like white supremacy, you know? It's still white supremacy in action. Christianity began. Okay. And the US is happy about it. Its geopolitical location in that region. Yeah, it's just like a very unfortunate location. Like, man, it could be anywhere, but it's just where the interests of the Western imperialists lie. You know, it's just there. And you know the occupation is the executioner, or like the, what do you call this, the executor of the Western imperialist interest in the Middle East, right? That it's all like, if you kind of like, you can trace all of the unrest or the conflicts that went on, or the destabilization in the Middle East with, Izzy is the culprit. It is terrible that the Israeli military machine has started to work and peace agreements mean nothing to them. They do whatever they want throughout the Far East, and there is zero condemnation from the world community. Exactly. Because like I said, like I've always felt so helpless because like we all know like that this is wrong. What is happening is beyond wrong. Like I don't even know how to describe it. Like what is this even? Like it's just pure evil. But we can't really even do anything about it, you know? Like there's non-Israeli just doesn't care, yeah. Plus, yeah, NATO, yeah, it sucks. Yeah, Israel just doesn't care. Israelis, when they realize that they are the ones being anti-Semitic, of course they know what they're doing. They're just trying to like play dumb at this point. Like, I really believe that they are self-aware. They're definitely self-aware, and they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. They will kill every single one if it would mean that you know, like they don't care. They don't care. They will do whatever it takes, you know. They bombed some of the churches there too a while. Yeah, like it was a World Heritage. It was supposed to be a protected like site. They also did that to Lebanon too. Like the ancient city in Lebanon, they also tried shelling that place. Prepare yourself for an aneurysm because Indian lib channels are spewing the same BS. Yeah. Man. Good evening, comrade. Hello, Noogie. Noogio. I swear here in Rome? Journalists spread fake news on protesters attacking a synagogue. In reality, it was a bunch of graffiti on a random building. Prepare yourself for an aneurysm because Indian live channels. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I get it because like India is also kind of a fascist society because of they literally have a caste system still, in effect. You know, like they're even their building structures, their apartment buildings are structured behind, like structured after the caste system, where the servants have like living quarters the size of like a closet broom, a broom closet or whatever. It is, yeah. um when comrade Nikki, like she's Indian, when she told me about that, I thought that I was so ignorant, honestly. I didn't know like that it was still happening in India. And she's like, no, no, no. Our society is like extremely fascist. Like Hitler literally took inspiration from us, and how our caste system is like so effective and shit. You speak of our reality, yeah. Considering Israel's history of constantly violating ceasefire agreements with Syria, Hezbollah, and even Hamas numerous times on Khan Yunis and Beit Laiha, honestly, don't know how to feel about it. I really don't know, Ryu. I honestly, I'm not not to sound like a sourpuss, but like it's really, I'm very skeptical. Like I don't think they can. I don't think the easy society, they are so extremely like genocidal that like I don't even know how to explain this. Like they really can't help but like violate. Like they must kill. Like they have a bloodthirst almost. Like if there's not like a Palestinian blood running down on the occupied soil, I feel it seems like they feel like they're gonna lose their superpowers. Don't forget to drink water, friends. Hello, thank you. Small caramel macchiato. Speaking of Hitler, the RSS, which is the organization that developed the BJP, our ruling party, has direct ties to the Nazis. Oh, okay, that makes so much sense. That's where they got the swastika, huh? It's just an excuse to cover their back. Like institutions will magically forget about anything that occurred in over a year, like nothing happened. I wonder. I haven't really looked into it yet, but was India a staunch supporter of South African apartheid? or something stronger. Get something stronger to drink than water. No, I don't have alcohol in my house, so I don't think I will have like any coherent thoughts if I have alcohol in my system. It's just an excuse to cover their back. Like institutions will magically forget about anything that occurred over here. Like yeah. That's just what they always do. Like in the liberal playbook, yeah. For liberals, history is just a series of discrete, unconnected events. I know, right? Like, I cannot like begin to like. It's just it floors me how they a lot of them like are so close but yet so far. Like they say all the facts like and then be like, oh, but it's just this. Like, why did you miss the point? Oh my god, you were so close. Damn. And hello, German Lane. Welcome to the chat. Mana is not an alcoholic. She is a workaholic. that is true. India, as far as I know, was against the apartheid. Oh, really? That is. But they can't dismantle their own apartheid. That is ridiculous. I think that anxiety about demographic imbalances in the region, more Palestinian Muslims, Christians, and Jews, they feel like they need to exterminate as many as possible to correct that imbalance. It's so like, it's giving the great replacement, like it's the same exact like irrational fear that white supremacists have. I don't know, it's almost like Zionism is actually an extension, if not like the current face of white supremacy these days. Jews, like even the Jewish community took distances from it. Yeah, I mean, I have like spoken with a lot of like Jewish people at the protest that I've gone to, and they don't fuck with easy. Yeah, exactly, March. It's just Lebensraum. Yeah, I know. Like, how are people not like, the Greater Israel Project? Like, how are people not realizing that this is just like Lebensraum? Like, like, I don't know, dog. Like, maybe you should like look at history. I don't know. Because it sounds so familiar. I don't know about that, It's pretty sus to me. So yeah, it's just, man, holy shit. Also, by the way, before we get started, like I'm gonna we're gonna be watching an analysis or like possible like like what consists it, like what are written in the ceasefire deal. So, well, before we do that, I just want you guys to like inform you about like my friend in Gaza, Simo. I spoke with him today, and we exchanged some messages like and sad to say that like he informed me that his niece who had a baby, the baby is like 7 months. The baby is 7 months old, and sadly the baby has been martyred. So yeah, like it was literally like when I asked, like when I messaged him, because like sometimes it's really hard to get a hold of him, because of course they can't reply right away because of their current situation. So when he finally like got back to me, he informed me that his niece baby passed away. The baby was martyred. So yeah, 7 months old baby was martyred. Imagine that. Like, how could you? I was like yeah, that's why like before the stream, like this was an hour ago, I was like I don't know how to feel. I feel so numb. Like I don't even know how to react. I don't know what to say. Like I just reassured him, like, you know what, I will still be supporting you, like materially, like to the best of my abilities. So like I'm not really a big streamer, chat, so I don't really have that much reach, but I will do my damn hardest to spread the word about my friends, like GoFundMe, and do what I can so that I can earn as much money, so I can donate a couple of of my earnings to my friend while they rebuild their life in Gaza, which I'm really skeptical about that they would be able to like do any like substantial rebuilding until like Izzy is going to destroy it again. So I'm really sad. Like I don't know what to say. So I'm just gonna show you the messages that we exchanged today, just to show you like it's because it's a little bit hard to put into words. So Just so you know what what his situation is like, so he described it better. He could describe it better more than I do. So this is my message. Like I was checking in on him today. I was like, hey, hello, my friend. Like, I hope you are keeping safe. And he was like, hello, my dear friend Mana. How are you? I hope to stay well. With me and my family. I'm sorry I'm late because I'm sorry I'm late to reply because of the situation. But the situation is very scary and my heart is broken. So he usually just like use a translator because he said that his English is not as good. So yeah, there will be like a little bit of like some grammatical, but we don't care about that. But just so guys, you know that this is my friend. I hope that tomorrow comes and the ceasefire enters and everything ends, but there will be the pain. We are waiting tomorrow until 8:30, and this is where he said, my friend, even though the war has ended, we're still living in a whirlwind of pain and heartbreak. Our hearts are heavy with grief, and the joy we felt was so little, barely noticeable. Just 1 hour before the announcement of the ceasefire, we received devastating news. The martyrdom of my niece's baby boy, who was only 7 months old. How we can celebrate the end of a war when we lost this innocent angel. This wound will remain in our hearts and it won't heal easily. I don't think like it would ever be acceptable to like, you know, like this death would ever be acceptable to anyone anywhere in the world, you know. But they're trying their best to be as resilient as possible, but I'm so tired that it's like they are so tired of having to be resilient, you know. And the situation is so dire that, like, why do they have to be so resilient all the time? Like, it shouldn't have to come to this, you know? Dobie, we are talking about a 7-month-old who died in a genocide, okay? So, like, let's try to be, yeah. Let's try to at least, like, give a moment of silence and kind of try to read the room. But yeah, like, I feel so angry right now. And I feel depressed again. Like, my God, like, just when I thought, like, yo, we can finally have, like, you know, some sort of, like, they can finally have some sort of a breathing room. But no, like, just when the ceasefire deal was, like, supposedly announced, a baby boy died. Like, fucking hell, man. And not just, like, you know, it's not saying that it's the only death too. Like, there's plenty that have died for nothing, you know. Like he said, like, how can we celebrate the end of a war when we've lost this innocent angel? Like, what's the point, man? You know. The situation is not good. We are in danger, man. Now my heart is hurting and breaking. Yeah, I know. Like, it's like, can you imagine, like receiving this message, thinking that, oh, they might probably be okay now, but still, there's still so much uncertainty. So it's just. I don't know how to feel. I don't know what to say. Man, like, it sucks. I was like, I didn't even know what to reply. Like, I just told him, like, yo, I'm still gonna be here to support. But, like, you know what I mean? It sucks that we have to have this conversation, and every time, there seems to be no good news, you know? Like, just when you thought there's like a sliver of hope, like, something devastating happens again, and it can't. That just sucks, man. That's unfortunately, the right wingers involved were inspired by the Nazis and even went so far as to bootleg the British after minor pushback. Yeah, yeah. It's really hard to reply to news. I know. Like when I was like texting my friend, I was just like shaking. No, I don't know what to feel. I'm so angry and like I don't know, like this impotent rage, right? Like that. Like why? Why is this happening to innocent people? Like literally, Simo, my friend, this person, he is only 23. He literally just graduated from college in 2023 when you know what when the attacks happened, when the prison break, you know, the October 7th prison break happened. He just graduated from college at the time, and now like not even like, you know, he didn't even get to experience what it's like to be in the workforce, you know. He went straight into like having to run from camp to camp, shelling after shelling after shelling, losing his neighbors, losing his relatives, losing his mom because his mom had cancer and they were like she was not allowed to leave Gaza to get treatment. So she passed away. And also the fact that they bombed all of the hospitals. Yeah. Yeah, my friend is only 23. I met him through my connections with the in Japan, the Palestinians in Japan. So that's where I knew about my friend. And I've been supporting them since I found out, you know, since I found out about the attacks and also like the growing Palestinian liberation movement here. Yeah. Like it's just so hard to deal with this. Also, like I told him like I'm doing a stream about Gaza ceasefire on my Twitch channel tonight, so I will link your GoFundMe in the stream. But actually, like the GoFundMes take a lot of cut from them, so that's why I decided to just link my friend's PayPal. So if you've seen it, like it's gonna be like in the Nightbot, like it's in my timer, my Nightbot timer. So please check out the his PayPal and like if you have any cash to spare at all, please consider to donate to my friend. It's disgusting how people could call this anything but a genocide. I know, right? Like it's really, I can't. So he's like, it's really wonderful and I deeply appreciate your continuous support. I have many families coming from the south, and that's why I also need you to speak and let everyone know that we are in desperate need of shelter and funds to cover the cost of rebuilding. Throughout this year and a half throughout this year and a half of war, we have been unable to get meat or chicken. Yeah, they have to always eat canned food, like packaged food. Like he told me one time that the cost of like a single cucumber is like $20. Like potatoes the size of my fist, and I'm a small person. I'm 4'11", okay? Potatoes the size of my fists are like $20 to $25. One potato. Like what the fuck? It's so hard for them to get produce, you know? Fresh produce. Like you said, like my family and I lack many essential items like healthy food, eggs, meat, vegetables, and milk. With the ceasefire, prices might become more reasonable, but we still won't be able to afford them due to our difficult circumstances. My family of 55 people is living together in one place, and we urgently need these resources to meet our basic needs. Yeah, I've mentioned before that there's like 55 of his extended family, his immediate and extended family, you know? So yeah, there you go. Like there's a link. Please consider to donate. I'd really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. But yeah, my friend, I hope you can help raise some funds for us so we can secure healthy food and essential supplies. Any support from you would make a huge difference for us during these tough times. Thank you, and everyone who supports us. My dear friend, regarding the water project, I'm currently unable to proceed with it. We also have the water project, right? Because we wanted to raise enough money to get those like water filters that they can permanently install so that they can get like safe potable water in Gaza. I'm currently unable to proceed with it because we have been displaced from our homes. However, I promise you and all of our friends that we will implement it as soon as we return to the neighborhood where we used to live. The main reason for the delay is the military occupation of northern Gaza. Yes, so my friend used to live in northern Gaza, but they can't go back there right now because of, the siege. Which has made it impossible to carry out the project at this time. That said, I assure you that the project will be ready before Ramadan, by end of February, God willing. It was too dangerous to attempt it under any circumstances, but we will not abandon this goal, and we will achieve it when the conditions allow. Thank you so much for your constant support and understanding. Yeah, I mean, you know what? Like, I told him that whatever you need, like it's not my call to do whatever. I literally just backing you in your project. Like, I'm not the I'm not the decision maker here. Like, you have which is better to prioritize first. So I told him, like, my dear friend, sorry, don't worry about this, my friend. I trust you have better judgment on which you should prioritize first. I'm just here to support you with whatever you need to do to survive. Really, thank you very much for your understanding, my dear. Inshallah. So this is like our exchange today. Like, he's really trying his best. Like, for a 23-year-old person undergoing the worst situation possible that any human being could ever experience, I think, like, he still has his head over his shoulders. Like, man, what the fuck? Like, that calm, collected, like, objectiveness, like, just for like problem solving mode. I get that because I'm like that. What are they supposed to do now? Israel won't directly aid them now, of course, but will they allow Saudis or other Gulf states to help rebuild? I'm not sure, like, I just hope that they will open the borders. They will open the what's that called? The crossing? I forgot the name. But the border between Egypt and Gaza. It is always hard to process these feelings and circumstances happening to you or your friends. To hate someone responsible of it temporarily could blunt these feelings. They will return. So only time and grief could possibly heal such tragedies. I wish your friend and his closest to find peace as soon as possible. I know I am Cindy. I really. Yeah, he just graduated from college. Yeah. From college straight to hell, exactly. It's just like he didn't get to enjoy his young adulthood. He went straight into like having to take care of 55 people because he's the only one that has the know-how in his family. He's the only one that has the know-how, the digital know-how to like reach out to people to like, you know, like make GoFundMe's, and he has the connections to like he tried to find his way. Like really, he was trying to be the most resourceful person in his family. So yeah, and just so you know, like if you bought merch from me from my last merch drop from my last two merch drops from February and last November to December, you directly contributed into this family, a family of 55 people. You directly contributed to helping them survive. So thank you so much for buying my merch, because I was able to get all that the funds that. And not only are you supporting me, are you helping me create more music, but also we were able to help a family of 55 people in Gaza. Okay, so that's what our community has done. So, you know, like if you shared the link, even if you didn't buy, if you just shared it and someone bought it, someone saw it and someone bought the merch, you did something. You did something really good, you know? You did a good thing. And now we were able to help this family. So yeah. I don't even think they'll stop what they're doing. This is under the assumption that Israel honors this. Yeah, like I said, like, is it a cap or no cap? Like, I don't really. I'm very, very, very skeptical. And so far, it looks like nothing. Ceasefire just means, well, we'll stop for now, right? Simo is a man of honor. He's braver than all the Middle Eastern governments combined. Literal balls of steel. I know. And there's many of him. It's not just like a lot. Everyone in Gaza trying their damn hardest to survive. Being as resourceful as possible. Be as resilient as possible. I don't think they even have time to like process their own traumas. They just like go bam, bam, bam. Problem solving. You know, like they just like, okay, we must feed the children. What are we gonna do? You know, we must feed our children. What are we gonna do? Exactly. There's just that. You know. So I'm just really like, seeing this person. You know, I feel so like, man, what am I doing with my life? You know, like. The slightest inconvenience, like complaining at the slightest inconvenience. Meanwhile, you know, there's literally a 23-year-old or even younger people like Simo, like scrambling in Gaza to like feed their families, you know. So that's just like something to consider. Like really, like we have to reevaluate our lives. Like, what are we doing? You know, like we need to take inspiration from Gazans, you know. An eye-opening thing for me was the report that said there is no PTSD in Gaza because the people living there are never able to reach the post part of the trauma. So they suffer from acute chronic, it's CPTSD actually, yeah. Chronic trauma instead. Yeah, acute chronic trauma instead. Like there are children literally that would die from heart attacks whenever they hear like bombs, right? They just their little hearts just could not take the fear, you know? And they just drop dead. Because of that sheer fear. Like, imagine having to live every day in your life having the sound of drones. Ever since drones were invented, they have to sleep and wake up with the sound of drones as part of like the overarching, you know, psychological war that Izzy is trying to impose on them as well. A 16-year-old in Gaza today has lived through 3 major traumatic bombing campaigns. Yeah, I know. Yes, all of them lived through how many wars already? On top of the whole constantly living in an open air concentration camp. Exactly. Like I really I fucking hate it when some motherfucker who's trying to be at like have a gotcha moment be like, oh, if it's like an open air concentration camp, like why do they have universities? Like why do they have shut the fuck up, bro. They literally cannot get out like without like, you know, permission from Izzy. Like if they are truly sovereign, then they don't have to ask another state, you know, to like let them get out of their country, you know? It's so annoying to me. Like I cannot deal with these people. I'm worried that Israel will try to go for the Sri Lankan method and eventually rewrite history in their favor. That includes being so thorough that even communist parties forget what happened. Fuck that, man. What the hell? Wild stream title. I mean, well, do you believe them? Do you really honestly believe that Izzy is going to honor it? Nah. But at the same time, right now, at the very least, you know, like the people in Gaza will have a little bit of time to recover. A little bit. But a couple of months from now, when Trump is already there and he would realize, you know, the resources that why Izzy is in there in the first place, because of the resources, right? Yeah. I don't know. I just really don't know. Unless they say it's a permanent ceasefire. No. Well, considering how many times Israel has broken their ceasefire deals, it's not a big surprise. Exactly. That's pure bullshit, bro. I had people even doubting about the fact there's a genocide going on. Yeah, I don't deal with those. I just block. Like I don't want to fucking talk to you because you're literally just being disingenuous right now. Like you don't really give a fuck about what is actually real. You just want to like antagonize, you know, and argue. So I don't want to deal with that. I don't deal with that ever. Israel is still dropping bombs in Gaza. Anyway, exactly. Like just when it was announced, there was still shellings. Let's see. Stay strong, Mana. May every tear dropped be a year of suffering for these bastards. Yeah, I mean, you know, like my tears aren't worth shit. You know, like that won't do anything. I know, like that's why like I just want to do whatever I can, like to actually materially give support to my friend, you know? No, I agree that Israel isn't gonna honor it. It's just a title jarring, seeing cap or no cap. Yeah, I mean, you gotta be, you know, you gotta be short with the titles too. It's catchy, so it's part of the thing, okay? Because honestly, it's a joke, though. You know, I think it's a fucking joke. Like I don't believe in like I don't believe that they would honor it anyway. He can't even try to talk to these people because they're like, whoa man, don't force your opinions on me. I know, right? This is considered the most systemic destruction of civilian infrastructure in history, with like 98% of buildings having been at least damaged by bombs. Yeah, it's all just air, like it's just all like destruction from their air force, because they cannot like touch Gaza when they're on the ground. They don't know how to fight the resistance fighters there. They always get smoked. They always get their asses handed to them whenever they step in, you know? They cannot survive a ground invasion. They always lose. They always have to retreat. If you only watch mainstream media as possible, you have no idea to what extent the genocide is happening right now. Purposeful ignorance, yeah? I'm going to look for IT class. You've done everything you could, Mana. Thank you, Zitter. Good luck with your IT class. They're not willing to die for the land like the Palestinians are. Exactly. Now we know who the real indigenous people would die for their land because they are from the land, you know? How on earth when Iraq invading Kuwait, half of the world invading them, and when the case for Israel or not? Yeah. Yeah? Like it's killing people right in front of your eyes. It's easier for them to justify collateral damage from an air raid when soldiers go in and execute their own hostages and brutalize prisoners. That's a bit harder to sanitize. I know, right? I don't really think that they give a fuck about their hostages. Like there's so many hostages that died from the air raids, you know? Hell, they did the Hannibal Directive, right? Have people forgotten about the Hannibal Directive already? Like even during the October 7th, like they fucking what? Like I don't think Hamas has that kind of technology that would, you know, that would do that much damage. Okay, all right. Like they really think that a lot of us are stupid, you know, that do you really believe that I would take the bait? Like, are you fucking serious right now? You know? Also, who's this? Bogan Dan Pavluk? I am the first one on your stream. I want to say that I really like your streams. The cover of 115 Elena Sigmund is my favorite. Thank you so much. I just read it. Sorry, I just had to back read. Our freedom of movement was led largely by communist parties like the HRA and HSRA. Bozeho was a communist who was communist himself, even tried to plead to Stalin to urge Britain to decolonize India. But it fell through as the USSR was not willing to antagonize their allies in war. He ended up reaching out to Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan after just to get the Indian POWs to join the INA. What the fuck? Whoa. Wow, sneaky turtle. That's really fucking... That's wild. I mean, even Einstein called Israelis Nazis. Was he an anti-Semite? I know, right? He was asked to become like the prime minister of Israel. He refused. Like, I don't know. I don't want to fuck have anything to do with your shit, bro. Yeah, because like who would want to have anything to do with that? All right. Anyway, Imps, let's go to the to the reaction of like the analysis of or rather the breakdown of like the ceasefire deal. I think a lot of white Westerners embrace ignorance and lean into the mainstream narrative because it's in their perceived interest as more privileged than non-white or non-Westerners. I know, yeah, you have a point there, Creamy. Shri Maha Shri Sushrivaha. Okay, that's really like a tongue twister name. Hello, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. It's crazy to think that our timeline was that close to President Einstein, right? Prime Minister Einstein. Yeah, all right, let's go, Imps. I know that like the introduction was a bit heavy, but and we're still gonna be talking about this heavy point right here, like heavy like topic today, and I'm really like a little bit depressed, so bear with me, and thank you so much for still joining my stream today. Like I didn't want to like, you know, I was like having a really bad mental health day because of what I found out, but I promised him that I would talk about, you know, Gaza and their people. So I will honor my friends, my promise to my friend that I will speak about Palestine and I will not stop talking about Palestine, you know? So let's get on to the video. Hold on, let me see. Let me just see. Okay, first of all, I would want to like watch Bisan. You know Bisan, right? She's a young journalist from Palestine, from Gaza, and she's been trying to survive the genocide for the past few months, like a champ, you know, basically. And also, she's a socialist, right? No, hold on. We'll watch this later. I want to watch Bisan first. Okay, so let's see what Bisan has to say. Hold on, let me just adjust my audio. Okay.
Of the genocide. It's 6. Everyone, this is Bissam from Gaza. I am still alive. It's the day 467 of the genocide. It's 6 p.m. Gaza time now, and people here around me are waiting for the ceasefire announcement. I'm near Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. People here are displaced, hopeless, breathing, so tired, and just waiting
also,
for any announcement.
Thank you so much for the subscription.
This is not the end of the genocide. This is not the end of the war. Israel's war against Gaza Strip, against Palestine. This is not what the Palestinian people deserve, and what this is only a ceasefire for the ongoing genocide. It's a two-phase ceasefire. The first one is temporary, and then maybe the second one will lead to the end of the current war. Again, this is not what leads to our freedom, to the justice, but at least this will pause the killing machine. This will stop temporarily our killing and the killing of my people. Maybe we are now gathering around the screens waiting for the announcement are not safe. So let's just pray that this phase is just the first step, or a random step, towards our freedom. And inshallah, in the upcoming minutes, I will post this saying that the killing of my people is paused so far. Finally, it's official. After 467 days of killing, finally, it's official. It's a ceasefire. But you need to know that this ceasefire is only a pause for the killing of our people, non-stop for more than 14 months, until 30 minutes. Only the past 30 minutes we lost people, we lost civilians. Until now, maybe until tomorrow, until after tomorrow. Okay, so we need to know that people at least are happy and finally.
Not gonna lie, it's so hard to see, like, you know, them like having this joy only to be like having the rug pulled under them. Like, you know, like, do you know that feeling, imps? Like, man, it's a different, to me, I feel so much like joy seeing Palestinians happy, but also that dread sinks in that, you know, this joy might again be taken away from them, you know? So it's really, I don't know how to process this. I don't know how to describe the feeling, but that's how I feel, you know? It's always this sense of dread. I don't know, maybe I'm jaded, but like, man, at this point, in this late stage capitalism, who isn't? Who is not jaded? Even the billionaires who have all the money in the world that could probably potentially solve problems, they are the most miserable people in the planet, you know? So I don't know, like, I'm just trying to like take all the feelings one by one, So yeah. Like I'm still trying to process it and it's so hard. I don't know how to deal with it. Yeah, even if it's just a little bit, like I really revel, like, seeing the joy in Palestinians, like, damn, like I'm so happy for them. But then, that dread sinks in. Like, to me, like, all I wish is that they would have that joy long term. The joy of sovereignty, the joy of being free. Do you know that Twitch streamer named Polly Moe? They're in the West Bank. They were so happy when the ceasefire announcement was made. He said people were outside celebrating in the street. I didn't know. Wait, what? I need to follow them. Hold on. Let me just get to that. Luigi's game is about to be multiplayer. Yo, let's go. Wait, what? There's a Luigi game? And also, hello, Senko22. Also, hello, Molo Guy. Hi to Mouth Chan. Hello. So, Israel will not get dragged in the international court because of jet. I don't know. I don't know, Noogie, because, like, they're doing everything they're doing the most to prevent. The United States threatened the ICC, right? They threatened the ICC. Like, how do we even? They're literally like caping for their criminal homie, There's one saying, never eaten anything sweeter than turnips. People so tired and exhausted of this shit, they joyful of ceasefire constantly being in horrific conditions and not even knowing when they will leave in peace. I know, right? Oh, I think I think Senko meant that we're going to see a lot more cases like okay. All right, I can't brain right now. I'm so sad to do anything. My brain is a little bit too sad to process anything else today, imps. But good one, Senko, good one. I believe, I hope, I manifest. I'm manifesting what you just said. I'm just glad my country was morally consistent and said they'd arrest Netanyahu if they'd showed up on our soil. Which country is it? Is it Sweden? Oh, Canada. Okay. Wait, Canada did? Okay. Not bad, Canada. Gonna get the whole Nintendo roster, hopefully. Boston or a Boston Tea Party event, week tea. We're founders of the ICC, so it'd have sucked if we didn't, Yeah, okay. All right. Fair enough. That's good. That's good that they did that. But what about your prime minister though? I haven't really like. Wait, who is your prime minister now? Is it still Trudeau? Or is it a different person? I haven't really kept up with the politics in Canada because, man. I can only process one thing at a time. Okay, all right. Let's go with this one.
A ceasefire may be at hand for the people of Gaza. After 465 days of merciless bombing by the Israeli government, by the Israeli Defense Forces, a ceasefire may be at last at hand. Welcome to the Socialist Program. I'm your host, Brian Becker. Today we're talking once again with Leanne Sima Fulihan. She is a popular educator, the education director at the People's Forum. a lead organizer with the Shut It Down for Palestine Coalition. Leanne, welcome back.
Thanks for having me back, Brian.
The images are amazing, Leanne. The images of people in Gaza right now after this terrible genocide. And that's what it is. So many people have died, at least 45,000, 100,000 plus wounded, most of the population displaced, all the universities blown up.
Yeah.
The hospitals gone, destroyed. I mean, unbelievable. We've watched it in real time. A genocide being watched by the people of the world in real time. People around the world have gone to the streets saying, we stand with Palestine. But the war went on and on and on. But maybe a ceasefire is at hand. We want to talk to you about it. It's a multi-staged agreement. And we also want to talk about the mood of the Palestinian people, because right now in Gaza, people are in the streets.
The mood in Gaza right now is one of celebration, Brian. The images coming out of the Gaza Strip are so moving. You see people streaming into the streets, mingling with resistance fighters, families who have survived the past over 465 days of what you just described, the most horrific genocide that we've seen in modern times, in recent times. People are out in the streets among the rubble. In the destruction of the occupied Gaza territory, they're in the streets celebrating. There was this very moving video of one of the Al Jazeera journalists who was reporting live from one of the celebrations in the street, and he took off his helmet and he took off his vest, and he said, "I can take these off for the first time now in 15 months." And the crowd lifted him onto their shoulders and carried him away while he was still reporting in celebration. And it's not just in Gaza, it's across Palestine, from Ramallah to Hebron to Nablus. All the parts of Palestine are filled with celebrations. Yemen is out in the streets. Jordan is out in the streets. And everyone across the world is breathing a sigh of relief and is congratulating each other. The ceasefire is long overdue, and you can see how much the world wanted it by the reaction that is taking place now in the cities and towns of the world.
You know, that's the Palestinian homes that have been destroyed. It's the Palestinian universities that have been destroyed. It's mostly Palestinians who have died or have been terribly wounded. And yet, you can see from the images of this celebrations, this is not a defeated people. There is a legendary steadfastness, resilience of the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people, having suffered the Nakba in May 1948, the ethnic cleansing, the Palestinian people and Palestine would not exist outside of struggle. Struggle, in fact, is what has allowed Palestine, generation after generation after generation, to exist.
Yeah.
And the resilience and steadfastness has demonstrated itself once again. Was it mainly Palestinians who died? Yes. Was it mainly Palestinian homes that were destroyed? Yes. But this does not appear at all to be a defeated people. This does not look like Japan at the end of World War II or Germany at the end of World War II, you know, the defeated powers. This is a people that obviously feels that something has been achieved, even though the suffering is so great.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The suffering is so great, and we still don't actually know how great it is until the ceasefire really takes effect, because the Palestinian people have not been able to actually account for the losses because of the ongoing bombardment. And this kind of bombardment...
Hold up. Although I do have an opinion on this, on why they're so resilient. It's because they're so community based. Like they're so rooted in their community that literally together they can just weather all the storms, you know? That is what most people especially in first world countries, especially in the West, they don't have that kind of bond with the community, with their own community to overcome such a traumatic they've been gone through the most traumatic their great grandfathers have gone through the Nakba, and the first Nakba, the second Nakba. The Nakba has never ended, right? But still, you see them do this. Right? They care. They never stop caring for each other. They never stop protecting each other. And they still have all the strength to stand up and then celebrate with joy, with pure joy. Like I've never seen such I don't know, like so impressive group of people that can do this, you know? So, yeah. No, I'm that's why I paused the video. That's why. Cuz when I want you to hear me, I will pause the video. But it's just me reacting in the background, you know? Also, Christian! Whoa, thank you so much for subscribing. Glad to hear about the ceasefire. I hope it actually sticks and no bullshit happens. Hey yo, my homie, wait a minute. Why don't you have like my VIP? I will give you the VIP later. But yo, check out imps. Check out my one of my instrumentalists, Christian Langley, has dropped by my stream. Say hello to Christian. Trauma is normalized for them in a way, at least as normalized as it can be for a person. Yeah. Like it's really hard for me to comprehend, like as someone who's like been sheltered, like relatively sheltered in my life, you know, like I lived a good life. I've never suffered super like intense anything, you know, not to this level of suffering, right? Like just a normal person, you know, struggle. Like as someone who came from that, like it's just so amazing to me how the Palestinians can just power through everything, you know? Arrived a bit late, but good morning, afternoon, evening, everyone. Hello, Melis Ferrum. Yeah. Thank you guys for like joining my stream today. I know that it's a heavy topic, and I'm also am myself not in the best spirits, but I want to keep on talking about Palestine because I think it's my social, you know, my social obligation to humanity, you know, to be on the side of the right side of of history, to be the one of the few people that were not silent when, you know, all of this shit has been going on. I studied about it last year at school. I saw a lot of bizarre things about what? I never understand what logic did Israel and other Western nation use when they yeah, I don't either. For them it's just like, you know, expansionism for the sake of profit also, you know. It's definitely profit driven. It's heavy but important. Yeah, yeah. Also, hello, Samuel and Brainrot. Yo, you have been modded. I'd rather sit through and watch this, to be honest. Thank you so much, Eris. I really appreciate everyone who comes to my stream and chat and contribute. You know, some of us, like I know not everyone would agree with my opinion every single time, but I really appreciate that you engaged with me in good faith, and that's all I need. You know, you don't have to agree with me every single time, but all I ask is that we are, you know, we are respectful to each other. You don't engage in bad faith. Because if you do, I will, you know, I don't do high roads. I really don't do that, because when you go low, I will drag you to hell. Just a reminder. Okay? I will take you to an MMA cage fight, bitch. So let's all be respectful in the first place, so that doesn't happen, you know? History classes in school talking about World War II were like, never again. Then Rwanda happened, and we sat by and watched, and now it's happening again, and our countries are supplying the weapons. Ophio, you fail to realize that the never again only applies to a certain skin color. Do you realize that? It only applies to a certain skin color. Never really applied to black and brown. can't emotionally grasp it either, but I know conceptually it's the same logic of settler colonialism, the same logic the Europeans used in the Americas. Yeah, like before like we have our before we can record cameras, I bet like what happened with the genocide of like, you know, Native Americans, the Native Americans and all the indigenous peoples and the First Nations in Canada, the everyone, every indigenous group in Latin America. I can't even imagine what the you know, the smallpox did to them. The first ever bioterrorism used against the most like the most like, you know, communal tribes, right? Like I've seen like was it Columbus like diary, right? Like he wrote that he mocked Native Americans, like the indigenous peoples, like welcomeness, you know, like they were like, so their hospitality, right? Like he was mocking them, like, oh, they're so naive that they're just sharing everything, like they don't have a concept of ownership and stuff like that. Yeah, because you're a bad person, bitch. They want to share, you know? They don't want everyone to suffer. So they want to make sure that everyone is taken care of. Unlike you, bitch. Fuck you. And then like somehow at some point in history, we celebrated a fucking colonizer, a really bad person, you know? Fuck, man. Holy shit. The same logic Leopold used in the Belgian Congo. Yeah, that too. King Leopold also is a like a fucking bitch ass genocidal bitch. And of course, the same logic bad German mustache man used. I know, the fucking failed Austrian painter. Because never again. Yeah, exactly, March. That's what I said. Right? Well, what if I want to agree with you every time, then what? Okay. All right, Strin Sam. Thank you so much though, but like you are allowed to disagree with me. All I ask is that you don't do it in a condescending way or in a really like bad faith manner. You know, we can discuss this with logic and, you know, like just be understanding of each other's views, you know? Let's not accuse each other of anything. But let's hear each other's point of view first before we level accusations towards each other. You know, how about that, right? But I don't know, like today, like it's a pretty chill like chat, and like yesterday. So hopefully the chat will stay chill today. But yeah, if you haven't seen already, the my Nightbot has reminded again. Once again, the link is in there to my friend's PayPal. If you have any cash to spare, please consider donating to his family of 55 people. You know, that would be a tremendous help to them in rebuilding their lives now that the ceasefire deal is apparently in effect. Will it be a permanent one? We don't know yet because it's still in phase 1, right? The shellings are gonna stop first, but then it's up to like Izzy to honor the second phase, you know? I'm more cynical than that. I think it's just pure geopolitics, not even based on racism. Otherwise, we wouldn't have cared about Kuwait as much. Well, I think it's a mix of both, you know? I think there's just a mix of both. Native Americans just existed. Colonialists, a fucking towel. I know, right? Imagine. He said that they were so welcoming and trusting that it'd be easy to make good slaves out of. Yeah, right? Fuck that guy. Fuck that. Sometimes I wish that hell was real, because I know that Christopher Columbus is twerking in hell right now, you know? He's twerking for Satan as his punishment for being such a fucking genocidal bitch. Hello, Timosh Kartoshka. Fuck the colonizer worship, though, for real, yeah. Finally, my favorite buzzword, geopolitics. Totally agree with that. Yesterday was fun. Oh well, it was fun, but like man, that was the wildest chat I've been on Twitch. We had the weirdest tangent from people arguing about Siberians, like in Yakut in Siberia, to like North Korea, to like lactating men. Like man, where is this? I today let's be more focused because it's a very important topic that we kind of need to be a little bit more, you know, objective about. Yeah. Yes. Except for my tangents. I always have my tangents, but anyway. Today it's a little bit more focused than yesterday, okay? Let's go back.
Brian, we can't overstate how horrific it was. By some calculations, 6 times as much of the amount of bombardment that was dropped on Hiroshima by the United States in the nuclear bombing. This is the amount of bombs, the comparable weight of the bombing that has been dropped on the people of Gaza. And you can see that this is not a defeated people. This is the Palestinian identity. It's resistance, resilience, steadfastness. Now the focus is going to be on rebuilding, reconstructing. People are joyously already returning. People are already going back to the rubble of their homes. We'll get into it, I'm sure, but the ceasefire actually lays out many of the principal demands that the Palestinian resistance had since the beginning of this genocide. The return of people to their homes in the north, significant.
Hold on, let me just read that. About Columbus, even the king and queen of Spain at the time thought he was really fucked up with how he did things there. Yeah? Like if even the monarchs would be like, yo dog, you're like overdoing it. Holy shit. Maybe calm down a little bit. Then the dude who admitted to being a Nazi in the chat. Yeah. 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 It was such a, everything happened so fast that, man, what the fuck? But yeah, it was a doozy. But hopefully today we'll have a little bit more of a calm chat. But that was fun too, you know. I was really grateful for the raids that the people did. So yeah, thank you. Shout out to, let's see, to my sister, my live 2D sister. Let's see, let's give them a shout out. Wait a minute. Why can I not? Wait, can I only shout out like the people that are in chat or whatever? Shout out to Plania. How do you even do that? Let's see. Plania. Ah, okay. Just type it out. Okay. I think I might have to like copy paste it because I don't know their exact. Hold on, guys. I need to give the people that rated me yesterday a shout out. So shout out to my live 2D sister Nanasu for rating me yesterday. So shout out to my live 2D sister Nanasu for rating me yesterday. Why am I here? Why are you here, bitch? And also, hold on, who's that? Let's see. Was it Tile Hopper? That was Tile Hopper. And also Tile Hopper for for raiding me yesterday. Shut up. On my mobile, at least they have to have spoken in chat since you joined. Ah, okay. Oh yeah, there's like a 1 minute. Well, there's a 1 minute like what do you call this? 1 minute cool off or whatever. Yeah, I'll get to it later. Hold on.
Prisoner exchange, a flow of aid, and a promise of reconstruction. All of these demands are, so far in what we can tell, outlined in the ceasefire agreement that was achieved now in this 15th month of genocide. This small, oppressed people who have had nothing but siege and blockade and aggression for decades and decades and decades has managed to continue negotiating from a position of strength, and a lot of that is due to that spirit, the culture of struggle and resistance that you were just referring to.
Yeah, so there's a lot to talk about. What does Biden say about the agreement? What does Donald Trump say about the agreement? What does Netanyahu and the Israelis say about the agreement? Again, what do the regional actors say about it? Again, we want to talk about what the Palestinian people say and the Palestinian resistance forces. We want to hear their voices. You know, the United States characterizes every Palestinian resistance organization as a terrorist entity. So if you show solidarity with the Palestinian people, you're frequently labeled in the United States as aiding and abetting terrorism. I mean, the U.S. said the same thing about the ANC and Nelson Mandela in South Africa up until 1988 and even beyond, actually. Right? But I want for our audience to hear what the Palestinian resistance forces say about this agreement. Now, first of all, it's a 3-stage agreement. I want to go over the 3 stages with you, but let's first hear, if you have it, what did Hamas say about it? What is Islamic Jihad, another Palestinian resistance group? What did the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine? All of these organizations, again, identified as terrorist entities such that the U.S. media and the U.S. people never hear, or the U.S. media never tells what they think, and the U.S. people never hear what they think. But I want people to hear what they're saying about the ceasefire agreement.
Absolutely. I think that's really important. Hamas has made official statement and also has had a few speeches from different members of the political bureau. They have announced the ceasefire agreement. And they have said, I'm quoting here, the ceasefire agreement is the result of the legendary steadfastness of our great Palestinian people and our valiant resistance in the Gaza Strip over the course of more than 15 months. This agreement to halt the aggression is an achievement for our people, our resistance, our nation, and the free people of the world. It comes as part of our responsibility towards our steadfast and patient people in the proud Gaza Strip. They also announced in a speech within the past hour that in their assessment, this ceasefire represents the achievement of all of their demands since the beginning of the genocide, and they laid out the framework of the ceasefire.
Okay.
Now, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad had a very similar tone. They said, our people and their resistance are imposing an honorable agreement to stop the aggression, withdraw, and conduct an honorable prisoner exchange due to their legendary steadfastness and brave and valiant fighters. They also mourn the righteous martyrs, and they look forward to healing the wounds of the Palestinian people and extend greetings to all of the steadfast fighters in the Gaza Strip. The Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine released a statement just before the official announcement of the ceasefire, where they condemned the ongoing assassinations and bombardments that Israel was still carrying out today.
The Israelis, using a drone, assassinated a Palestinian journalist as he was announcing a ceasefire,
just
right?
after he was those moments right before the ceasefire, kept getting closer and closer. The whole world, people of Gaza were like, it's going to be announced. It's going to be announced over the past couple of days. No one has slept for the past couple of days, and this young journalist was speaking live on his social media, saying, "I'm so excited for the ceasefire to be announced." And then just after that, he was assassinated. Horrific.
By a drone strike.
Yes. And over the past, I think, a couple of days, more than 86 Palestinians have been killed in bombardments, and it was going right up until the ceasefire was officially announced.
So the PFLP statement condemns that, and how do
Yes.
they characterize the ceasefire?
They say that
I fucking hate this planet. Like, really, seriously. Like, why do they do this, man? What the fuck, man? Like, see, like, I really like do like a long deep dive on whatever the fuck is happening in Gaza. Really, like, just like, you know, like watching footages of like people being martyred or like in under the rubble, because it gives me so much rage and like that, like, I don't know. It triggers me into a very depressive episode. Like, I just can't. Like, how do you even like process all of this, you know? And be like, "Oh yeah, this everything's going to be okay." Fuck no. Damn. What are these people doing? Like, man, what the hell? Like, Is that the man who confronted Lincoln during a press conference? Has a similar voice. I don't think this is the similar person. I think that person. I think this is this totally different person. That one was he had a he's an Arab. U.S. considered Nelson Mandela a terrorist until 2013. You know, when the U.S. says someone is a terrorist, I'm somewhat inclined to assume good things about yeah. I hate to quote Trotsky, but our class enemies are in the habit of complaining about our terrorism. What they mean by this is rather unclear. They would like to label all the activities of the proletariat directed against the class enemy's interests as terrorism. Yeah. Yeah, I really cannot deal with all of this. Ayo, the moon girl, hello. Good morning, hoping the ceasefire really leads to better. I know, right? Yeah, it's a very obvious gambit. Yeah. Pretty much describes everything happening in Gaza. I know. It's a different person, but love America, land of freeze peach. No, that was Max Blumenthal. This is Brian Becker. Or you meant the other, the other one. The other one that was confronted, like he confronted Blinken. And he was dragged out of the press conference. It was the other person. If US hates some country, that mean that that country does something right. Yan. Right. But they are doing something right that is not in the interest of the Imperial West, Because they don't give a fuck, man. Like, they can, like, they've funded so many genocides in Africa, in South America, like in Latin America, wherever else in the Middle East. They don't give a fuck, man. They don't give a fuck what's right. They only give a fuck about what would earn them the most, what would like give them the most profit, And that's why I'm anti-capitalist. In the first place, that's why I'm a Marxist, I don't remember the names of the person who said, "Why aren't you in The Hague?" It's Freeze Peach, yeah. Max Blumenthal was later. The dude who got picked up by pigs was Sam. Yeah, Sam Husseini. Yes, that one. All right, let's move on. Thanks for clarifying that, though. Thanks, Samuel.
This is right before it was announced. They said, amid this continued aggression, which is the ongoing bombardment, the Palestinian resistance factions are intensifying their efforts to halt this aggression as soon as possible. War criminal Benjamin Netanyahu, mired in his failures and defeats, will ultimately find himself and his fascist government compelled to agree to a ceasefire after their catastrophic failure to achieve any of their objectives beyond inflicting death and destruction on unarmed civilians.
All right. Well, let's talk about the three stages of the agreement, and then there's a lot of speculation. None of us were a fly on the wall, obviously. We weren't in those negotiations rooms, but there's a lot of talk that this agreement parallels an agreement that was close at hand, but that the Israelis nixed at the last moment. That was back in May 2024.
Yes.
So here we are, 7 months later, essentially the same agreement, but there are a few changes, at least as we interpret it. But let's talk about the three stages and what's in the agreement. And then I want to talk to you after that about the difference between now and May. Why did the Israelis, if they are indeed coming to the table, signing the agreement, why are they doing it now and not May? But let's start with the terms of the agreement, the three stages.
Absolutely. So the three, we're as close as we can know, because there's a variety of different leaks of what the terms of the actual agreement are. Many of them have been corroborated multiple times. So we feel that this is a pretty accurate representation of what the ceasefire outlines. Even Biden himself, and of course he has an interest in this, but he said it's basically exactly the same as May. It seems to be mostly the same except for a few small appendixes. But we'll find out in the coming days exactly the terms and the precise numbers. But the phase is very similar. It's a three-phase agreement. The first phase, we have the most information about it because it's going to start soon. It's officially going to start on the 19th. There's a cessation of aggression.
19th of January.
Of January on Sunday. We don't know the 0 hour yet, but that will be announced, I'm sure, soon after tomorrow's deliberations in the Israeli Security Cabinet. Now, the first phase is going to last 42 days. Already there's been a cessation of aggression, but it's officially going to start.
6 weeks, 42 days is phase one. And as of right now, even though it's only announced and hasn't been approved by the Israeli cabinet, as of now, there's cessation. As you talked about, crowds in Gaza mingling with resistance fighters are out actually celebrating. So it appears a cessation. And then the actual agreement goes into effect January 19th, one day before Donald Trump becomes president.
Yes.
So what's in phase one?
So in phase one, there's multiple things. One is a prisoner exchange. So 33 of the Israelis who are being held captive in Gaza would be released. That would be women and elderly and injured. They will be released in return for a large number of Palestinian prisoners. We know that it will be about 1,000 Palestinians who have been basically kidnapped from the Gaza territory since October 7, 2023.
These are people, Palestinians who have been arrested since October 7th.
Those horrific scenes of the Israeli occupation rounding up men and forcing them to strip down and walk in the rubble and be subjected to torture and be placed in these detention camps without any tracking of who they are.
Noteworthy, Leanne, that these people, these 1,000 plus Palestinians who have been taken captive since October 7th are not called hostages. They're just called Palestinian prisoners, but they're hostages.
Of course.
So these people are going to be released.
1,000 of these people will be released. There will also be others who are released from the Israeli prisons. There will also be some number, and it's a little bit unclear, but some number of people who are released who are serving life sentences in Israeli prisons. Now, these are political prisoners, Brian. Every single Palestinian who's in a Israeli prison is a political prisoner. It's illegal for Israel to be jailing people of another country, of another nation, in international law. These are political prisoners. These are prisoners taken under conditions of occupation and colonial control. Now, when someone's in there for a life sentence, this means they're sentenced for their political activity, their resistance activity.
They are the leaders.
Their leadership. So the prisoner exchange will also include, we don't know who, but a number of names from that category. Now, besides the prisoner exchange, and And the prisoner exchange itself is significant, and it's going to happen along the stages as well. 33 Israeli captives will be released in the first phase, then another number in the second phase, and then possibly the bodies of those hostages that were killed majority of them were killed by the Israeli bombardment itself, will also be exchanged, but that's still under negotiation. The prisoner release itself, Brian, is a huge achievement for the Palestinian people. You can't overstate the amount of optimism that it brings to the Palestinian people. The prisoner question for the Palestinian struggle is a central one. I think it's difficult for people who are getting their information from the U.S. media to really see that impact, the kind of joy that is accompanied by a prisoner release, by people
because
returning home.
everybody is either has a family member or a friend who's in prison.
There's no Palestinian family that doesn't know someone who has been taken from them and that's being held in these conditions of torture in these Israeli prisons. So the prisoner release itself is such a huge achievement that everyone is celebrating right now. On top of that, there's also going to be a staged withdrawal of Israeli forces from the Gaza territory. Right now...
And again, this is all stage one.
All stage one. Right now, they're all over the Gaza territory. They're still in active combat. Just since the past couple of days, maybe the past week, at least 14 Israeli soldiers have been killed in active fight with the Palestinian resistance. So they're still all there. They've closed off the possibility for people.
Right, Samuel? Like every Palestinian family has had a member who was subjected to Israeli torture. Like they're really doing like all the damage that they could do to like prevent Palestinians to like living a normal life. They're doing everything. They're doing the most. But they know like they can't break the spirit of Palestinians. Like even they're crying. Their soldiers are crying in Gaza. And meanwhile, there's a resistance fighter that's like doing their thing with flip-flops. The fuck? It's just amazing to me, like how like that's the right word. The steadfastness of Palestinians is unmatched. Fucking unmatched. Now imagine these types of like this group of people with so much discipline and community oriented culture. Now imagine them having a socialist socialist type of government. Imagine, and then they're just allowed to like thrive. They're just allowed to be by themselves, to be themselves. Like imagine the kind of society, the kind of, my God, man. Just imagine. Right? Juche too, exactly. Imagine the type of like society that they're able to build for just the kind of people that they are, They would be like northern Vietnam back in the days of war. Yeah. Leaving people alone, but what about the economy? Yeah, fuck. Man, I hope this economy will collapse and we can just like restart all over, like just clean slate, Man, fuck that.
Who've been displaced from the north to return to the north by setting up basically a border on the Netzarim axis, which goes right south of Gaza City.
So it divides Gaza east to west, dividing people, basically a wall so people can't go home to the north.
To the north, yes. They cannot go back to the north. If you remember, and we've talked about it on the Socialist program before, one of the proposals that was the ideas that the Israeli military establishment was circulating was something called the General's Plan, mm-hmm. where they would find some way to occupy a significant area of the north of Gaza to create a buffer zone. They would depopulate it either through massacring people or displacing people, ethnically cleanse the north of its Palestinian population so they could use it as a buffer zone. That is being thrown out the window with this agreement because in the first stage, after 7 days of the implementation of the first phase of this agreement, the corridor will be open for people to return to their homes in the north by foot, and then after that, they will be able to return by vehicle.
And Israeli soldiers will leave this corridor.
They will be leaving this corridor in a staged manner. And so they'll start leaving it in the beginning of the agreement, and then they will continue leaving it until the second phase, where it seems to be that in the second phase they will be fully leaving that part, the Netzarim axis here, south of Gaza City. People will be searched on their return because the condition is that they return without arms, without weapons. And it seems like the search will be done by some sort of security company or force that is determined by the mediators of this agreement. So we don't know the conditions of it, but essentially people are returning to the north. On top of it, they'll also start to remove their forces from the Philadelphia axis, which the corridor, the southern border that the border between Rafah in the south and Egypt, where the majority of supplies and aid, medicine, people going back and forth, all really happened through that crossing.
Netanyahu said the Israelis were never going to leave that corridor.
And that's why the May ceasefire negotiations failed, because Netanyahu said he would never give up control of the border between Gaza and Egypt. Now, and he promised the Israeli people that he would never give up control. In the ceasefire agreement, he's giving up control. They will gradually reduce forces, and after the release of the last hostage from the first stage, they will complete their full withdrawal from the Philadelphia corridor no later than the 50th day, so a couple days into the second phase. But they will have a full withdrawal of from the Rafah border crossing, and there will be an immediate, once the ceasefire comes into effect, aid flowing in up to 600 trucks a day. Egypt is already working on a mechanism to make this happen, according to Egyptian officials. And people will be able to move back and forth, also in a phased manner, through that border crossing, including wounded fighters will be able to go to seek treatment. A lot of people need medical treatment. So many people need medical treatment. We'll be able to start going to Egypt to receive that treatment.
So the reconstruction of Gaza is also part of the agreement. As I was looking at what we're seeing, and again, we don't know all the details, but we're starting to be able to piece it together. It looks like a 3 to 5 year reconstruction campaign. Obviously, all of Palestine, all of Gaza has to be.
Wait, that can't be like a 3 to 5 year reconstruction campaign. This will take 100 years to reconstruct.
Rebuilt.
The destruction is so great that it would take 100 years to rebuild.
So the third phase is the murkiest phase. Obviously, the Israelis didn't want to have this agreement before. Now they've been compelled to do it. We're going to talk about why. What are the pressures on Netanyahu that brought him to the table in a different way than he was, say, in May 2024 when he nixed the deal. But I want to give a sense of the tone and tenor of the incoming U.S. administration. Trump right now is claiming credit for it. He said a week ago, all hell is going to break loose unless there's an agreement and the hostages are released by the day I take office. Well, the Israeli hostages will not be released by the day he takes office, but there will be a process whereby they can be released, and some of them will start to be released.
And he was the first political official to declare the ceasefire. He came out ahead of Biden. He came out ahead of everyone to say ceasefire has been reached. He really was trying to claim it.
Yeah. So, but then if you listen to his national security advisor, incoming, Mike Waltz, or Pete Hegseth, who today at his confirmation hearings, I think it was today, it might have been yesterday, but at his confirmation hearings was talking about, we want to kill every member of Hamas. This is this kind of mentality and rhetoric of the incoming Trump foreign policy team. I want to play a clip from Mike Waltz. It's not long, it's about 30 seconds, but it says at least what they're telling their own base about what their intention is, and it's not about peace. Let's listen.
And from your perspective, if this deal
Hey,
goes
Anna
through
BTV.
and we enter what's
up?
characterized as the first phase, does that effectively mean the war is over?
Yeah.
Does a ceasefire mean that its work is done in Gaza for the foreseeable future?
Well, I certainly think Hamas would like to believe that, but we've been clear that Gaza has to be fully demilitarized. Hamas has to be destroyed.
Oh my God, this guy sucks. Okay. Destroyed your ass.
To the point that it cannot
Yeah, so that what? That the Palestinians would be totally defenseless and you can just flatten every single person with a bulldozer? Fuck you! Fuck you! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my! I'm so angry right now. Wait a minute. I need to step out a little bit, imps. I also need to get my water, but man, I need to chill a little bit. I'll be back. Fuck. I can't stand this man's voice too. Fuck this guy. I'm back. I need I need to be hydrated for this. Cause man, who is this potato Mr. Potato Head looking ass motherfucker? Who are you, bitch? Who is this guy? Hold on, let's look at the chat. Israel government commits war crimes and gets away with it. They do. Also, the first time chatters, thank you so much for you know, giving a piece of your mind, because y'all's like a lot of the first time chatters though, they be cooking. You're so right. Yeah. MC3 1100. 1100, I guess. Alex Kenzegi. Welcome. First time chatters. Yakomis. Like, I'm not even memeing. Larry explained why the DPRK has such an advanced social systems because the genocidal war by the US wiped out most of the bourgeoisie and moved them south to fake Korea. Yeah. All of the bourgeois are like out of there. And they just realized, you know, we only have each other, you know? Literally. Funny enough, South Korea is a dictatorship for most of their history, yet no one talks about it. Exactly. And also the way that their society is right now, like they're so like the That's why they have the 4B movement too, because of the fucking incels, you know? Nobody wants to fuck their men. The fuck? Their women don't even want to fuck them, you know? The hell? Because of the staunch, like the very, I don't know, malignant like there's like misogyny light, but their brand of misogyny is just borderline criminal, you know? Every president makes some sort of big F up like their last one. Eat shit, Yoon Suk Yeol. They have like 4 big companies that make up 40% of their GDP. Really? What are those companies? As an American gave, and us as Americans gave the Ukrainians $110 billion for weapons that they're probably going to sell. Most of it settled on offshore accounts? Whoa. Palestine looks so fucked by the bombing. They do, yeah. Even Iraq still recovering from the last 2 wars. They are, but they are trying to recover really well though. To whom anybody who wants good weapons is okay. I'd rather give some of that money to Palestine. Yeah, there wouldn't be any because you know. The Izzy will throw a fucking tantrum. And just accuse everyone of anti-Semitism. Like, okay, bitch, whatever. I don't really understand. I don't think you understand what that means. Anyway, if the U.S. ever sends money to Palestine, it will be dwarfed by the amount sent to Israel in weapons. I mean, that's also true. They probably would. Like, okay, well, you want we will donate $1 million to the rebuilding efforts in Palestine, in Gaza, but we will send 1 billion to Izzy. Do you watch news about Ukraine? Naz also has a war. Putin attacked Naz. I did like follow the war for a while, the news about the war for a while, but I kind of just, you know, because like it like the past, especially from 2024, I was in the dark. I didn't have any updates anymore. Because my attention was averted towards like, you know, the Palestine conflict. And also like I've been joining protests, you know, for the ceasefire, you know, to like demand ceasefire and just do fundraising efforts. It's really hard for me to like, you know, like it's as a civilian individual who has a full-time job, a musician, and also a streamer. It's really hard for me to just like be all over the place. I need to focus on one thing at a time. You know what I mean? Fucker was a Bush era counter-terrorist in Afghanistan. So basically a war criminal. He is a war criminal though. Yeah. Michael George Glenn Waltz, born 1974, is an American politician, businessman, author, and colonel for 20th Special Forces Group within the Florida Army National Guard who has served as the U.S. representative. Oh, he's a Florida man. Okay, no wonder. He is a member of the Republican Party and is the first Green Beret to be elected to the United States Congress. Oh my God, is that the guy? The potato head motherfucker? This guy? This guy? dwarfed by orders of magnitude. There would be stipulation about giving Israel much, much more than Palestine. Yeah. That would be the only way it would pass. Not because it's not important, of course, but Palestine is in quite a different situation. ROK misogyny probably has something to do with them being an American satellite and the culture of using women as a bargaining chip with the U.S. military. Yeah, oh my God, yeah, comfort women and all that. I'm sure there's part of I'm missing as well, but that is what sticks out to me. Yeah. You might have something, there might be some truths to that, Black Knight. I don't know about the comfort women though. Like the like, do they still do that right now, or like that was back then? I'm pretty sure you can get arrested for that. You can't just sexually I don't know really. I've never I haven't really looked up what the nitty gritty of their society there when it regards to how sex workers are treated. Yes, the Kuomintang party in charge power or eroded over time, and Taiwan became a democracy entirely peacefully. Because that's the bitch ass bastard in the middle. I'm a Florida man too. I'm from NY. Okay. Stern Sass. Strin Sam, I'm sorry. Your state has a lot of sussy people. Do you plan to release any more covers on YouTube? I really like your I do. But I have a cover to be released next week, but it's from a sponsored it's a sponsored cover. So it's not metal. it's cuz I want to do different genres, okay? I'm not just doing one single thing. Although I'm known for my metal music, right? But I will be just wait. You please wait. I will upload whenever I can. So, rest assured, of course I will. I will still continue to make music. Yes, Reverse 1999. The concert was concluded today. If you watched the concert, that is, I wasn't able to because I had to talk to my friend. And I wasn't really in the mood to do anything else, I was depressed. Hey, yo, let's go. First time chatters. Kuroneko 2108 and Dead Again. The concert coincided with this stream. Yeah, true. We need more parliament chairs for the communist parties in the Middle East. I don't know how many cases it has, but that number should be 0. Japan is having issues with the United States Armed Forces sexually. Yes, yeah, Yakomis. In Okinawa, there's been so many cases of oh my God. Please get out of Okinawa already. What the hell? As long as Russia exists as a country, the world will not see peace. Every 10 years, someone is attacked. Do you think that the imperialist war Russia wages can become a civil one? I don't know about that. You guys, I think there are some imps here who have more knowledge about that. Can't wait for more Manapple music. Oh, let's go. As long as Russia exists as a country, the world will not see peace. Every 10 years, someone is attacked. No, I think you're wrong there, Ukraine. As long as the United States exists, the world will not see peace. It's not Russia. It's the United States. It's the United States. I would disagree. I violently disagree with what you're saying right now. As long as the United States is allowed to exist as a country, there will be countries that will always gonna have regime change at the behest of the imperial West. So I don't agree with you with that. Sorry to say, I don't agree. Great President Xi Jinping will increase your social credit by 1,000 and invite you to stream on TikTok in China. Man, okay, I hope you are. I hope you're being sarcastic right now because that's not true. The social credits don't have as much of like the social credit does not have as much effect on Chinese people as, you know, the credit scores in the United States do to the Americans, right? Like you can't like do anything else financially. Like and you can't do anything without money, right? Like you can't get a loan, you can't get a house, you can't get anything. Anything substantial, anything life-changing if your credit score is low. It doesn't work like that in China. Also, like Chinese people right now are probably having like better, not probably, they're actually having better living conditions than the average American. The average American does not have does not have good health care at this point in time. Are you being facetious? Yeah, I hope that they were, you know, I hope that they were being sarcastic. Yeah, I mean, the social credit has been thoroughly discredited in Red Note. Yeah, if you just go to Red Note, you can see like how Chinese people are living. Like, you know, I know that it's just like social media is not everything, but you can see the general kind of vibes there. You know. I rooted for them. They stopped like 40 kilometers from where I live. So they do have internal issues. Wagner forces attack Russia for a bit and then made peace and the leader Wagner was killed. Oh. I think the problem is mostly America. I think a lot of people who understand geopolitics here would not like paint Russia as a threat to the world, but that would be the United States, my dog. Considering all the war crimes that they have committed, like in recorded history, you know, since America, the foundation, like since the founding fathers, since the foundation of America. People can't forget that the RF was created as a U.S. project to destroy any chance of another communist movement in the region. NATO wrote the Constitution. Oh, shit. They did? Remind me, which is the only country that has used nuclear weapons against civilians? I know. It's in my country. Yeah. My fellow, my forefathers suffered for it. You know, a lot of my people died because of the nuclear bombs that the United States put in our civilians. Russia is not physically capable of impeding global peace, even at a maximum effort, nearly as much as the United States casually does as a matter of routine. Yes, Melisferum, you cook there. Not to say they won't and don't try, just that it pales in comparison. Yeah, that's what I said. Like, Russia can't even compare. Like, they have to be, Russia and China have to join forces together in order to, like, you know, do the same, like, damage that the United States would do, you know? Tell me, in the past 50 years, or even the past 10 years, what country did China help? Like, what country did China back to, like, install, like, a puppet leader? That's unheard of. I don't think China has ever done that. But the United States, come on, man. Come on. Let's not be disingenuous here. Let's just be, like, objectively honest here. Like, who did the most coup? Who did the most coup? Yanu? So there we go. I just don't, I'm not, like, even with evidence, like, even if you present me with evidence, I don't think that, I would just say that you made that shit up, because that doesn't add up. It's capitalistic surrogate of USSR, like every other former republic. What do you mean? Being from a country doesn't mean being okay with the crimes their country is committing from, man. Yeah. You're from Russia. You're justifying Russia. Oh my God. I figured you were Zetnik. Okay, wait. Bogda, you're like really like, why are you making this about Ukraine? I can't do this right now. Maybe you need to rest for a while. You just like, chill a bit, because we're really talking. We want to be more, we want to concentrate more on Palestine. So like, sit this one out for a while, maybe come back a different stream. Because I can't deal with you right now. Like, just listen to my music, but I don't want you to chat in my Twitch. Because you make it all about, yeah. Now our discussion is like, again, like let's not talk about other stuff. Like, let's just talk about Palestine, shall we? I'm really getting annoyed right now, because I'm doing this for my friend, I'm a little bit annoyed, I'm not from Russia. Doesn't change what I said. NATO is used as a tool of empire, and Ukraine and other areas are supported and or sacrificed for empire desires. You're not wrong. Stern is not wrong too. Americans begging on the streets, right, earn more than ordinary Chinese workers. Are you sure about that? What's your data though? Can you like, you can't just like come here and like make up some shit and like not have data to back it up, And also but like, it's not about the earning though. It's about purchasing power. It's all about like the cost of living. Like, sure, like an American would like probably earn $3,000, like, but they also have to pay $2,000 in rent. Like, are you fucking serious right now? Come on, man. You can't be serious right now. Right? Again, do you understand conversion rates? So why Chinese immigrated to the US illegal instead Americans? What? Okay, all right. You gotta, sit this one out, Kimmy. Like, we're not gonna talk about this right now. Goodbye. I'm not very tolerant. I don't want to do anything today but talk about Palestine. Shut the fuck up.
Constitute?
Well, what I really
am less
am curious
today.
about is are these just the warrior words of the incoming war hawks in the Trump cabinet, or do they, meaning that they're sort of face-saving gestures on their part, or are they actually determined to go right back to war again against Hamas and the other resistance forces in Gaza? I mean, he says, Walt said,
I love how every remotely left-leaning stream becomes, what about Russia? Did you hear about shit I made up about China? Exactly. Oh my God. This has been such an annoying like barrage of people just coming in. Like, I just want to talk about Palestine. What the fuck? Did you see Harvard? They started the Palestinian protest, but no reason. Because the state police didn't like it. Why would China invade Mongolia? Mongolia is heavily reliant on China. It's not likely posted. They're just making shit up. Like Kimi Karus is just do be out here just making shit up. These people think that China is stuck in the opium wars. That the Americans helped happen. And I know, right? What are your thoughts on Stepan Bandera? Okay, wait, Stern. I already time out to this person for a day so that they can join my chat. China significantly lower cost of living. High-end apartments are like $700 a month. I know, right? Like, I know a lot of Americans that earn more than I do, but they can't afford the cost of living in their own area. You know, that's such a dumb thing to say too. Like, have you ever considered the cost of living? The fuck? Inflation? The fuck? China has, yeah, exactly. China has a significant. They can actually like a lot of TikTokers, like former TikTokers on Red Note, they say like a lot of the things that they see are grocery hauls from Chinese people. Like they can actually afford food, like fresh produce for like really cheap. Like some people apparently have to like spend 20% of their paychecks for just groceries alone for like a family of like say 4 or something. I don't know. But they have to spend so much money just for groceries. And it shouldn't be that way, you know? 20% of your income in groceries is fucking insane. People in the US interacting with Chinese people. Wow, everything the government told me about China is a lie. People in China interacting with people from the US. Wow, everything the government told me about the US is true. Yeah, they thought it was just like, you know, the Chinese government's propaganda against the United States, but like it's actually true. Yeah, NYC rents. Wait, Suzuki, do you live in NYC? Who is your favorite anarchist philosopher? I am not an anarchist. I am a communist. Invade Mongolia. Nah, they are already colonizing Russian Far East peacefully. What? Hell, setting China aside, cost of living in most third world countries is so absurdly low that you have expats, quote unquote, white immigrants moving there to hoard their wealth. I know, right? They buy properties too. People criticizing attacking countries that their state has declared as an enemy and where they can't change nothing while doing nothing to work against their own ruling class, right? They just want to like say some shit, but they can't even do anything about their own ruling class. Chinese workers only make $20 a day. Mexican minimum wage is $10. Whoa, damn. Inflation for dudes with batshit insane opinions. Inflation is a fetish. Groceries around where I live is like $200 a week for a family of 4. It's out of control. One of the grocery stores nearby wanted $10 for a dozen eggs. What the fuck? $10, dog? Not even in Japan you could have that. Like a dozen of eggs is probably like, from what I've seen, like even on Uber Eats, right? You could see like groceries on Uber Eats. Like it's at most, like if you get the really really like top quality like eggs, it's like about 500 yen. 500 yen for like a dozen of eggs. That would be like $2, right? But like the cheap ones, like the white ones are like, the cheaper side of like the eggs. Probably about 300 something yen for like a dozen. So that's kind of like maybe under $2. I don't know. The conversion is fucked right now. Like the yen is so weak right now. More like sex bats, am I right? You're fucking right, Strin. Oh my god, I hate sex pets so much. They just go to third world countries. A lot of them are pedophiles too. Ew. Worst part is that not even a high traffic or high pay area. It's a fucking suburb. Oh my god. I can only imagine what it's like in like NYC, What even is the cost of living there anymore? Or like what, Hollywood, right? Like just the major cities in America, like in San Francisco and stuff. I used to live in Siberia, and every summer there are forest fires, which aren't economically not significant to put out. The truth is that's how they hide the amount of forest cut down by Chinese. Sorry, off topic, but since the chat turned to talk about China. Oh shit, really? How am I supposed to egg someone's house now? Are you trying to say like China is like destroying Russia's forests? That's horrible. Fuck $10. It's straight up steal from a hypermarket at this point. Never go to northern parts of Canada. A single head of lettuce is like $13. What? A 2-liter bottle of milk is like over $20. What the hell? Is it because of transport cost? I have tickets to fly to Japan at the EOY, and the costs there are kind of more expensive compared to India, but not that wild to be fair. I mean, compared to India, it's definitely more expensive, but compared to the United States, I can live here comfortably, I thought €5 for 24 of them was expensive in Spain. Damn, you're cooked. I know, right? Prices for so many things are getting so crazy to the point it's becoming a discussion of if it's ethical to steal since so few can afford it. In this situations, yes, it is. I would turn a blind eye if somebody would like steal a dozen of eggs. I didn't see anything. What eggs, Talk about inflation. Almost every December in every year, Chile's price can go up from $5 per kilogram to like 50. What the hell, Noogie? That is such a wild like fluctuation from $5 per kilogram to 50 kilograms. Like, with what though? With what commodity? Here's a little U.S. trivia. Cost of groceries might be tolerable if you qualify for a food card, the food stamps, but it will cover unhealthy garbage like energy drinks. Meanwhile, things that are actually good for nutrition like vitamins, you'll have to pay out of pocket for it. Yeah, that's why poor families, they don't eat healthily because they have to be on food stamps, right? That's from what I heard. China is getting our wood for almost free, and government hides the fact. What? That is wild. Small businesses are more interested in keeping themselves afloat and feed their families, while corporations are invested in seeing the big green numbers go up. It's all about the numbers, like at this point for them. My English is not good, but I write anyway. You banned me for no reason. In short, I wrote that if a person is from Russia and he does nothing to end the war, this is the silent subscription to what Putin is doing. That's all I wanted to write. Goodbye. I wrote on translator. You were not banned. You were timed out because you were talking about a different topic. Did you see my rules in my chat? Don't talk about whatever like you want to talk about. Talk about the stream. You were talking about Ukraine. I tried to like give you the benefit of the doubt, but then you start arguing with the people in the chat. So you're bad, dog. And also, what do you want these people to do? They would land in jail if they just publicly go against Putin. Like, do you want every single one to just go to jail? Like, they have to live their lives too, you know? What on earth is wrong with this person? Like, goodbye. Now I really have to ban you. Like, I can't deal with you. What do you mean for no reason? You violated my chat rules. The hell? I said talk about the stream. You started talking about Ukraine, dog. What the hell? Like, I tried to give you the benefit of the doubt, but then you started arguing. And so, like, what the fuck is going on here? You're derailing my stream, man. This is about Palestine, not Ukraine. The fuck?
We're going to destroy Hamas. Now, the Israelis have spent the last 465 days using every weapon at their disposal to destroy Hamas. That didn't happen. So, in a way, I think this is fanciful talk by, cowboy imperialists who are like, yeah, we're going to do it. We didn't do it this time in this last 465 days, but we're going to do it. And yet, at the same time, the Trump administration and Trump himself made it clear he didn't want to be saddled with an ongoing war in Gaza. He wanted basically a clean slate. That was what Trump was trying to do. Trump has a different agenda. It's a bad agenda. We can talk about it. It's a billionaire's agenda. It's a pro-war agenda. But he wanted to get this over with. So it seems to me that Mike Waltz is basically, huffing and puffing and talking like an extreme militarist. It shows their intent. It shows actually their genocidal intent. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the U.S. and Israel are about to go back to war, because ultimately Israel is also losing something. As a matter of fact, they've lost a lot. And I think this speaks to the pressure on the Netanyahu government. And Netanyahu himself may not be the head of state for that much longer in Israel.
To be fair, I also welcome like other discussions in the chat, but it was just out of pocket. And but the moment that you start arguing with other people in my chat, like you lost your privileges and talking about other things, like right now we're talking about costs of living, and that's fine because I welcome that discussion, Just so you know, like, man, like as long as I bring it up, it's okay to talk about it. But when I say stop, you have to stop, This is my chat. This is my stream. So you're on my turf. Like, follow my rules, Anyway. Small business is more interested in keeping themselves afloat and feed their families, while corporations are invested in seeing a big green... Yeah. About sex, because I remember a recent video about Eastern Europe stereotypes that starts with Eastern Europe. The land where dreams get broken and ugly British men going to get laid. Yeah. Yeah, it's so gross, man. It's so gross. They want like, mail order brides, right? There was a case when an American firefighter wanted to volunteer in putting those fires out, but our government denied it. Fuck, man. What the hell? I live in Rochester, NY, and the cost of groceries is wild. $100 for groceries per person for a week? Nah, dog. That's crazy even for in-season, off-season for anything, yeah. My cousin can afford an apartment in Minato-ku with no roommates. I can't afford anywhere in Manhattan without a roommate. My God, like my rent here... like I'm not in Tokyo Metro, to be fair, but my rent is literally $300, $320 with the conversion rates right now. It's 50,000 yen, which is $320. And like I like my room is like my apartment is quite huge for me. You know, I live by myself. It's a one room apartment. It's very spacious, you know. And I live in a really safe neighborhood. Quiet, safe, convenient. Like I can literally just walk to the station in 10 minutes, and like I can walk like for 5 minutes. There's like an electronics shop, electronic store near me, a supermarket, a shopping mall even. It's a walking distance. The restaurants walking distance. It's just a 5 minute walk, 5 to 10 minute walk away from me. He makes less than me. Like apples in the fall are cheap, but they balance the price of the apples in the rest of the year. Yeah. Here a little, yeah. I don't get how certain people pay to travel as tourists to get to fucking America. Legit, what the fuck? I literally don't like if I had to travel for like a vacation, America would be last on my list. My first would be the DPRK. Actually, yeah. Right up there with Cuba. I would go to Cuba first, and then the DPRK, and then I would probably visit China, and then Russia. Actually, I would visit Russia first before China. Yeah, the few times I went to the US, I was shocked at the price of basic veggies. One thing I like about Mexico is I can eat the fucking salad for cheap. That's not an airport. You don't need to announce your departure, yeah. The kind of stuff, exactly. Even if you do get fresh produce, US stores spray their produce with moisture to make it look prettier. Which conveniently makes it rot super fast. Ew, hell no. Are they still claiming that I'm from Russia? I already wrote in chat that I'm a Florida man. No, but then Strin, you said that you were defending Russian, so you must be from Russia, am I right? Also, Zelensky has said he wants Ukraine to become Israel of Europe. Ew, what the fuck? Like, that would be a death sentence to Ukrainians, I guess. He would literally happily sign off the death of his people just so those motherfuckers can like colonize Eastern Europe. Exactly, I'm not proud of being in Florida, that's for sure. Mana's on authoritarianism. Florida is even more yikes than a lot of other red states. How is Florida the yikest? Like, I know that there's a lot of yikes in Florida, but like, how yikes is yikes for you guys? I wish I lived somewhere like that. Yeah. Walkable cities. Yeah, that's the aim. That's the goal. Like under communism, everything should be in walking distance. And cars should just be like, you know, like it's unnecessary. Like if you have a family, right? Like you would need a car to like go. Also, it's June's birthday. I just literally found out now. I should put his birthday on my calendar. Damn. He's just silent. He's having a birthday party with his friends right now. Happy birthday, June! Oh, by the way, June is my manager. He manages my YouTube content. Florida is one of the few states that has already effectively banned gender-affirming care for adults. Oh shit! Okay, that's really yikes on bikes. America is only a good place to visit if you go straight from the port to the wilderness, as far away from anything human-made as possible here. I think what I like about America would be like going to like shows. I would like to like go to like a lot of like metal shows, you know. That's the only reason I would probably go to America, like the fests, the metal fests. That's it. Not for like sightseeing shit, you know. I'm not really interested in like going to like the Statue of Liberty or like even like the Golden Gate Bridge or whatever the fuck, you know. I don't care. America has such diverse and beautiful geography, especially I love Alaska. Okay. Well, the three most populated states in the U.S. are California, Texas, and Florida. And Florida is the one that all the conservatives, reactionary dinosaurs go retire. So it has the highest concentration of yikes. Okay. Florida Joker and crocodiles. I could what? I could not sleep at night. Alaska is so pretty. I've seen like the like in winter, I bet Alaska is pretty. Every major city should have an intra-city rail network. That is true, I agree. But I live in an area that's mostly either from New York or LATAM. Oh. What's that? An operation to transition someone? Oh yeah, like that's like like affirmative care. Yes, for transitioning. Even just getting hormones now needs to be done through a doctor. Most people get them through nurse practitioner. Ah, I'm not very informed on that. Okay, it's okay. Just as long as you ask, like, you know, respectfully. Florida, for some reason, has had some of the best death metal bands because they have the most like at stake. They have a lot of shit to scream about, you know. I would scream every day too if I live in Florida, you know. I would probably have like the most developed false chords. I wish I could go to Isa just to visit my friends. USA, the only good thing for me. Okay, makes sense why cities like Detroit also have good bands. I know, right? Like if a place have a lot of things to scream about, I guess like they would have the best metal bands. I'll take my chance and double the question since you skipped it. Any chance you'd ever touch Russia-Ukraine topic? Not a full stream, even barely scraping it with a 3 shaku long stick will be so great. Just curious. I did that before when the war started, and I got harassed like no other. My YouTube was harassed. I was harassed for like a year. At least until like 2024. Like there were still like some people obsessed that I was not like demonizing the entire Russian population because of the war that broke out. Like they were so mad at me that I was not like saying that Russians are evil. Much like that guy. Like I think that he really desperately wanted to paint all Russians as fucking evil because Putin. Because they happen to live the same country as Putin, you know? And that's what like a lot of like you know like anti-Russian people were were like demanding me, like I have to demonize the entire Russian population in order for my stance to be any, like, they don't want to accept nuance. They only want to accept absolute like rejection of Russians. And I told them to fuck off. And I had another purge. I was streaming with Comrade Nikki with that. That was in 2022. By that logic, all Americans are as bad as Trump. Yeah, that's exactly what they want me to say. Like, I have to like swear off all of the Russian fans that I have, and I have to like ban all of that. Like, it seems like they want me to like say like I don't like the Russians because like war, But the thing is, like, they were forced to go to war too. You think they wanted to do it voluntarily? The fuck? They don't want that. They don't want that take. So they want only Russia evil, Russians evil. Russians are the devil, From what they were trying to ask me, like, they really, really, a lot of motherfuckers hate me for that. They hated me. There were some people who were like, they made like fake accounts impersonating me. And just saying like I am a Kremlin whore. I was called a Kremlin whore, okay? So, and then I'm like, where's my rubles then? Like I've been waiting to get paid by like in rubles. Where are they? I didn't receive any money. So that was my life in 2022, and like at like probably at the end of 2023. I was still getting harassed by like random accounts. Even in 2024, they still like some randos that really hate me for my take. That I did not like sing like across the board demonize the entire Russian population. Because I think that guy was like trying to say like, oh, but you live in Russia, but you're not doing anything about it. So you're complicit with with the war. The fuck do you want to do with an ordinary chatter? Do you want him to replace Putin? Like, what the fuck? Not all Russians are evil. Calling me a Zetnik without knowing the realities of life there. A positive light on Russian struggles is always appreciated. Thank you, Mana. Yeah, I'm trying, like, I did that. Like, I don't want to deal with that right now. I'm so, like, mentally taxed out. I don't want to go through that again. For now, I'm gonna wait until the dust settles. Yeah, exactly. I am Sinvi. It's definitely they wanted to force me to pick a side, but only the side that they want. That the only thing the only take acceptable to them is that I hate the Russians. They want me to say that. Putin is such an asshole. It's hard to live because of him. Exactly. You don't even like him. I hope you stay safe. Thank you so much, Deidre. My brother got KI. Oh, I'm so sorry, 1918 Commissar. I'm sorry about your brother. Man, that's such a senseless death too. Your brother didn't have to go to that war. Then a bunch of people leave Russia to avoid the draft. Yeah, people normalizing collective punishment was crazy. Yeah. I heard at the time, like, I know, like, the Russian imps from VK, they were really like, they were like thanking me a lot that I am one of the very few streamers, or like one of the very few like social, like, what do you call this, like internet personality that was not like avoiding Russians or not harassing Russians. Because everywhere they went at the time, like, they get harassed for being Russian, They were being excluded by, like, everything, From everything, rather. The USSR helped a ton post independence, so we will forever be grateful for that. Yeah. I remember that. It was very ridiculous. I know, right? I think you were there, Okami. That's horrible. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Yeah, I mean, like, it was, I mean, I took it in stride. Like, I know coming into this as like a, an internet person with like a public persona, I will meet a lot of opposition because of what I believe in. Like, first of all, I'm a communist. That's already already a repellent from a lot of people. That's already like, oh, and hell no for a lot of people. But I don't give a fuck, man. I'm just out here living my truth. I don't give a shit. Like, what I want are like the people who are on board with me. So that's how it is though. Like with every community, I just want people that want me, that don't secretly hate me. I just want to be in a community of people that would celebrate my success. That would like enjoy what I do and not demand like weird shit from me. Why do people just let others? Yeah, they don't want other people to live their lives. People like to ignore the 30 years of history that led to Russia invading Ukraine. This stuff didn't happen out of nowhere. Exactly. Qlin, I know, like, we touched about, what happened in LNR and DNR too. And NATO expansionism. I already explained about, like, that. I already mentioned that in my stream in 2022. But they were so angry. They were a mob. They were a mob. Like, they were just like, no, but like, why are you trying to justify the invasion? I'm not just trying to justify it. I'm explaining why it led to that. An explanation is not a justification, you stupid bitch. Like, why can't you understand the nuance in there? Like, I was so frustrated because they don't understand nuance. So I just like, okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna private this stream because I don't want people to like take, like, I don't want people to put words in my mouth, And kind of just like, I was just over it. I was just so fucking over it. Isn't it risky for you to be on Twitch while living in Russia, or am I misinformed? I don't think they are at risk because they're not a content creator. Like, I mean, on Twitch, like, I don't think like they're gonna. I don't know. Like, all of our datas are surveilled anyway. We get spied on regardless. What is there more to say? I understand people who don't speak out because they're scared. Exactly. I have a friend in Russia who went to protest when the war started. Police broke his spine and now he is invalid. Oh, fuck, man. I'm so sorry to hear that. That is such a fucking unnecessary tragedy. Most people don't even realize that Putin wouldn't be in power if not for U.S. actions decades ago. Exactly. If the USSR was not like illegally dissolved, the illegal dissolution of the USSR not happened, we wouldn't have all of this shit right now, And we all have the US to blame. And that frigging guy had the fucking audacity to say that, oh, it's actually Russia that's the enemy. Not quite, bro. Not quite. It's the United States that's doing all of this shit, that's making all of our lives fucking hard. Yeah, fuck Yeltsin. I think it's fuck Gorbachev, As much as fuck Yeltsin, also fuck Gorbachev. Sharing data with private companies isn't any better. Yeah. Americans even bragged about it. See? They brag about meddling everywhere so much. Like it's sickening. It's fucking sickening. Must be nice to not have your government constantly looking over your shoulder. Fuck the NSA. That's very true, but a lot of people would rather take that than not be able to talk freely. What are we talking about? I mean, yeah. But it smokes it smokes and like, you know, it's smoke screens, you know, smokes and mirrors basically. Like, we're under the impression that we are free, but we are not. Of course not. We're under surveillance 24/7, you know? Like, we have a lot of punishes disinformation about the army. That's a good law, but are we allowed to openly and widely critique an army? Very risky. And that's pretty shitty too. Not gonna lie, that's a shitty law. If there's no protection in place for the people that created, you know, that wanted to criticize, then that's not safe, you know. So, yeah, the only thing that matters in this conflict is self-determination of people of Donbass. Exactly. And Lugansk, yeah. Disinformation bad. Well-researched critique, good. Okay. I think Boy has a good summary of the Russia-Ukraine war that goes back to the death of Stalin, if I recall correctly. Oh yeah, oh, whoa! I kind of wanna watch that like soon. Donbass is a collective term for Luhansk and Donetsk. Oh yeah, okay. Gorbachev, eat your fucking Pizza Hut. I know everyone here really fucking hates that guy. Don't be so hard on Yeltsin. He was literally too drunk to function. Not only that, plus it's American food. Of course it sucks. As the people in Larry's chat so gracefully told me, it's Pizza Hut. Of course it was shit. Yeah, who fucking eats Pizza Hut, my dog? Like, oh my god. If you had to eat like pizza, why would you go to Pizza Hut? Like, do you not love life? Do you not like the taste of food? Like, damn. Like, I really question people who go to like Pizza Hut for pizza. Anyway, let's move on. Oh my
He's
God.
just ultimately a politician who can be replaced. But there are pressures. The Israelis lost more soldiers. There's pressures internally in Israel. There's a lot of people leaving Israel. And the world right now, basically, the narrative has shifted so much. People hate Israel the way they hated the racist South African apartheid government in the late 1980s. And public opinion matters. Anyway, let's talk about what's really underneath the sort of the decision by the Israelis to change their tune since May 2024.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a lot of different factors that I'm sure have played into it in one way or another. And some of this is speculation, trying to read between the lines of what different officials are saying, different members of the incoming Trump team, the Biden administration, Netanyahu's government. But Trump definitely was a factor. And there's members of his team, Waltz, Hegseth, others who are talking like this, who have called for the annexation of the West Bank. There were some reports on Israeli media over the past couple of days as we were all watching the negotiations play out and trying to read the signs. Some of the Israeli media was reporting that there had been some sort of understanding between Trump, his team, and Netanyahu, that basically Trump would support a renewal of the aggression against the Palestinian people, also the annexation of the West Bank, growth of the settlement project. I don't know if that's true.
After a ceasefire.
After a ceasefire. Essentially that they wouldn't really move beyond the first phase. That after the hostage exchange that they could go back to fighting. That's what a lot of the far-right members of Netanyahu's government are saying. They themselves may be saying that also to save face, because they were the ones who were staunchly against any ceasefire deal over the past year. And now they've watered down their objection a little bit. They're saying it's a terrible deal, that Netanyahu's selling out. He's backing down on his promises.
hell
But
no.
they're not threatening in the same way to leave the government like they were doing back in May and all the other rounds of the negotiation. So it could be hot air. But if we actually look at who Trump is and the policies that he's actually tried to carry out in the Arab region last time he was in the president's office, there's no way he's trying to actually create good conditions for the Palestinian people. Trump is a billionaire with a billionaire's agenda. He wants to make deals that will help him and his friends get richer. The deal of the century was his proposal last time, which would have included annexing large parts of the West Bank, reorganizing the division of territory, in which the Palestinians would lose a lot and would be ever more fragmented. It would further fragment the already fragmented Palestinian territories right now. It would not move them towards a state. It would actually fragment people based on economic zones, production activities, things like that, maximizing the extraction of profit from the
Fuck,
occupation
man.
of the Palestinian
See?
people. Trump is a deal maker. I think that the ceasefire is great for his image. He wants to be seen as the guy who's going to make good deals. He's
course.
going to make more deals in favor of the American economy, so he says. That's going to line the pockets of the ultra-rich that are coming into the White House with him. So this may be a moment in which he proves that he is a deal maker, that he tries to prove to the American public that he really is against war. But I don't know that that means that his administration is going to take on policies in favor of a sustained solution for the Palestinian people.
I don't think so. I don't think so at all. You know, it also represents, this whole thing represents the catastrophic failure of the Biden administration. When we've talked about this a lot, but I want to emphasize it right now. Biden and Antony Blinken, they're all saying, see, we've strengthened American foreign policy. We're making America stronger. We're allowing Donald Trump, the incoming president, who up until like 6 months ago, they said he was a threat to democracy and he may be a fascist and, you know, like sort of an existential threat to America. But now they're like, no, we're giving him a stronger hand to play with. That's what Biden is saying. There are recent polls that indicate that as many as 20% of the people who didn't vote for Biden because of Gaza, because of the genocide, because of the mass movement, the horrors of the genocide, which people could watch on their smartphones, and the mass movement in the United States that made solidarity with Palestinian people and with Gaza and against the genocide something very tangible and very real, a real factor in American politics. But all this time, Biden could have said to Netanyahu, we're not going to give you one more penny, not one more dime, not one more nickel. We're not going to allow you to get one more missile or bomb unless you come and sign this deal. And they didn't do that. And now they're congratulating themselves and Trump. They're actually, in a way, even acknowledging that Trump was a factor because they said, yeah, we brought him into the negotiations. So here, I'm saying this for all the progressive people in the country who think, oh, we hate Donald Trump so much, he's so reactionary, this is why we have to support the Democratic Party or Biden or Harris. Like, these people are a complete dead end in terms of progressive politics, and if anything, just facilitate the rise of Trumpism. And again, they have the shared objectives, which you can see. They are equally embracing all of the imperialist objectives of the empire.
Absolutely.
Damn.
Biden said in his statements today that his team and the Trump team worked as one, like the American people do. I mean, that's a pretty significant shift from the earlier kinds of statements they were making towards Trump. Blinken, in his remarks to the Atlantic Council just recently, said that they had successfully averted a regional war. He said the Biden administration had made the world a better place, and they had
Hell no.
successfully averted a regional war. Brian, they actually exponentially increased
accelerated.
the breadth of the war on Palestine across the region. They
Hell no,
attacked
wait a
Yemen.
minute.
They
Let's
supported
just
the
like
attack.
let's just like take a pause with that. Like they what? They thought what? They did the speed run of a regional war, dog. What are they huffing? Like, oh my god, what are these motherfuckers what are they huffing? Like, I honestly do not know, like, what kind of reality do they live in that they don't see? What I have two eyeballs, right? They have two eyeballs. What are we seeing that they're not seeing? Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, I don't. You literally like you literally like bombed Syria to oblivion, into a new government, regime change, and then Lebanon, motherfucker, and then the thing that happened, they kept shelling the West Bank, right? What do you mean no and then Yemen, right? What do you mean no region? Like what the fuck? What are they just so like up in their ass? They're like, oh, we're doing a good thing. Like they're okay. I don't know. Like, am I missing something here? What the fuck? The other 80% who didn't vote for Biden did so because he wasn't running anymore. By the way, in Russia, if you speak ill of the government, you will most likely be sent to war, fine, or in prison. Exactly, like do that guy in the chat, they wanted people to like, oh, why are you not like going to prison for me? You know, for my own safety. Bro, people want to avoid prison. Maybe, you know, they just want to live their lives. Bro is completely right. We need to insist on the fact that Americans could have stopped the G-side anytime they wanted to. Yeah, Biden could have pressured Netanyahu for a ceasefire deal at any time over the past 15 months. Instead, he gave them more money and weapons. Because, I mean, Kulin, he said that he doesn't want to taint, like the ceasefire would taint his legacy, he said. He is a proud Irish American Zionist. That's what he said, you know? So the ceasefire would taint his legacy, but he looks like a fucking taint, bro. Like, what is there to taint when you look like a taint yourself, you know? What is there more to taint when you look like a fucking taint? Fuck this guy. Oh man, I can't. What legacy, bitch? A legacy of poverty? What? Qui protest. Who's profiteering from that war? They sped run the war. Someone must have got something from. Exactly. They accelerated a regional war. What are they huffing? Made the world better for the rich and the weapon manufacturers. Yeah, the only thing that's like you know, like rubbing hands right now is Elbit Systems, you know? It's wild. Yeah, I know, right? It's wild. Like, what are they comprehending that we are not? Like, or what are we comprehending that they don't? These ghouls are so far up their own asses that they turn themselves into Klein bottles. You're so right, Porta. What the fuck? And I forgot to have a name. Hello. Welcome to the chat. We're really having an intense... This stream is quite intense, so and also I'm gonna have like bursts of anger reacting to like the ridiculousness that this entire thing that is happening, that is unfolding before us. Like, what the fuck? I can't help it. His legacy was tainted, smeared into the mud by not forcing a ceasefire. That's not what he views though. Like, he wants to like dick ride Netanyahu so bad. I don't understand why. He looks like an Elden Ring boss pre-transformation. The funniest thing is that it made the U.S. look weak to Israel. Kissinger wouldn't have let that happen. I know, right? The optics is not looking well for the United States. Like, you are Israel's bitch. Like, literally, people, like, you know, like some to be fair, there are also a lot of really right-wing grifters that are so anti-Semitic. They are pro-Palestine for the wrong reasons, because the anti-Semitic beliefs that they have. But those motherfuckers are like so. Like, a lot of them would be like, oh wow, okay, like they really think they're so anti-Semitic, like that they make conspiracies about, like, oh, it's the United States of Israel. But no, actually it's like Israel is just moving at the behest of the United States. Like, it's just the optics, my man, you know? What the fuck? Where'd you get that shit? Wait, isn't that true though? Again, I'm off. Bronchitis is back. I'm suffocating again. It's all right. The 1918 Commissar. Thank you so much for participating in my chat today. I hope you feel better though. Get yourself some tea, relax, and get some sleep. Good night. I'm from Russia and I want all these liberals to finally start going to jail. 99% of them are either young, stupid, or trivially sitting on the payroll of Western organizations. Okay, all right. All right, let's focus on Palestine, okay? Biden has been pro-Israel since his entire 50-year political career. Yeah, exactly. Until his dementia kicked in. It's the other way around. Israel isn't a U.S. Yeah, exactly. It's the other way around. But like these motherfuckers are like, oh, it's because the Jews run the world. No. The U.S. run the world, bitch. The U.S. runs the world. Israel is just like a useful, it's just a useful clown to them. If Israel starts doing anything against the U.S. narrative, anything against Netanyahu will be the next Saddam Hussein. I tell you that. Another open fascist, yay. Bro, there is nothing true because there are lots of such critics here. Why aren't they still in jail by that logic? I mean, okay, all right. You make a point. U.S. unsinkable aircraft carrier in the Middle East. I like the caricature of Israel being an American aircraft, yeah. The billionaire run the world. They own the major political parties in the U.S. All right, okay, wait, Dulahan, nobody. Let's do that discussion on a different day. But let's focus on Palestine today. This is your first warning. If you still keep on talking about it, I will have to mute you for a while because we need to focus on the stream. Okay.
Of Syria, they supported the complete attack on Lebanon. They've done so much to basically, and they've said now that they're handing the world over to Trump. This is the formulation that Blinken uses. We are handing the world over to Trump in a stronger and better place. It's kind of shocking.
No, but it's such a lesson. As if the world belongs to them, and now it's going to belong to Donald Trump. And he also, Blinken said, we can't allow the strategic gains of the past 15 months to be ephemeral, to be short-lived. That's what Blinken said yesterday. Well, what are the strategic gains? Well, yeah, they took out the Assad government. They feel they weakened, and they did weaken Hezbollah within the context of Lebanon.
Okay.
I think they feel that they Israel successfully carried out aggression against Iran without igniting a bigger regional war. They're bombing the hell out of Yemen right now.
I hate this so much.
So Blinken says, well, this was a great strategic step forward for us. That's how he is characterizing the genocide. Because bottom line is, this is a genocide. I mean, let's take the most conservative numbers here. 45,000 people dead in Gaza. It's really many more, because those are the people who died because of bombs and missiles and bullets.
And those are the people who have been able to be registered in the Gaza Ministry of Health, which, Brian, there's no more functioning hospitals.
Yeah.
It's impossible. There's some estimates now that are saying it's up to 16% of the population has been
Okay,
killed.
all right, so let's take 16%. Right now, the 45,000 dead in a population of 2.1 million is about 2%. The United States is a country of 340 million people. Let's just give the lowest number, the 2.1, the 2%. 2% of 340 million would be 6.8 million Americans killed in a 15-month period if it was, if we were able to take those numbers and apply them to a U.S. population subset that large. If it's 16% of the population, that's 8 times greater than that. 8 times greater. So this is genocide. And then the other...
That's like a severe underestimation too. Like, damn. Like, there are people that are still under rubbles, unaccounted for, missing.
The other thing is there are a lot of people who died because they couldn't get water. They couldn't get drinkable water. All the babies who maybe they weren't, killed because a bomb dropped on them, but they had completely treatable infant-like ailments, but there's no medicine. There's no clean drinking water. So we don't even know the dimensions of it. And here Blinken is like the strategic gains. The strategic gains. This is the thinking and the language of the Democratic Party.
Fuck this guy. Like, he's such a fucking butcher.
We don't even know
I hate looking at him. Looking at him gives me so much primal rage. I can't. Holy shit.
Dimensions of it. And here Blinken is like the strategic gains. The strategic gains. This is the thinking and the language of the Democratic Party imperialists.
Fuck that guy too.
Just like Mike Waltz and the Republican Party imperialists. And the reason I want to emphasize this is that while we're looking at this agreement and we're sort of contemplating, well, will the agreement hold? Is Mike Waltz telling the truth when he says we're going to destroy Hamas? There's another element that we have to think about. We're not talking about this because we're pundits. We're not talking about this because we're interested observers. We are part of the organization of the movement in solidarity with the Palestinian people. Let's take Mike Waltz for his word. They want to destroy the Palestinian people. So what do we as a movement do at the moment that there's a ceasefire? Yes, the people in Gaza are a sigh of relief because maybe this genocide will end. A sign of pride that the resilience and steadfastness of the people has endured and they're not going away. They're not defeated. But for us, in the global movement in solidarity with Palestine, we can't let down right now. We have to keep fighting. We have to keep mobilizing.
We have to actually increase our mobilization, increase the fight that we're carrying out here, because that is going to make a very big difference. The isolation of Israel on the world stage was a factor. I think was a factor in this historical process of this past 15 months that led to it's one of the many.
Because everywhere they go, everywhere they vacation, you think they can like get away from like their war crimes. They get reminded of like the Palestinian flags are everywhere. They get reminded of their war crimes, And the fact that nobody fucking likes them. Nobody fucking likes them, like, genuinely, because they're so awful. Awful people. Like, every encounter that I've had with like a Zionist or like a vacationing Israeli, like when we were doing protests, they were so aggressive. Oh my god, like they were so like entitled, aggressive, and just fucking Karens. Like, literally a society of just a bunch of Karens. They're just Karens walking around thinking that the world should like cater to them, Fucking entitled brats. They keep using that number when there was an article in the Lancet last year estimating the number as 186. Yeah, that was months ago, and there was the killing has never stopped. Even I think 180, 186 is an underestimation at this point, you know? And they're still using 48K? Oh, fuck me. Come on. 40 or 45, I don't know. Like, nah, it can't be under 100,000, you know? There is no fucking way, dog. The most important part to remember is that Israel is still dependent on international goodwill, so straight up going 30s Germany isn't politically feasible. They have to take more time and use workarounds to achieve their... Yeah, they have to, like, employ a different kind of fascism. Miller too, I get so angry looking at their faces and I know, Strain. I know that so well. That pure fucking primal rage that comes in when you look at these butchers, you know? These fucking ghouls. Holy shit. Crazy how the government gaslights that they can't stop the war. Everyone for 14 months, then when most of the ammunition and supplies came from them, then suddenly claims credit for the cases for the ceasefire. Yeah, right? U.S. government gaslighting its citizens. That would never happen, right? When has it ever, right? They would never do that. The government for the people, by the people, from... It's so ridiculous. It's such a caricature. Like America at this point is just 3 billionaires in a suit, you know? When I first heard of Trump's envoy pressuring Netanyahu for a ceasefire, I was so mad at Biden and the Democrats because they could have done that months ago. But I mean, they wouldn't. Biden has, like, he's unhinged, you know? He's deranged, so... He's beyond anything at this point, you know. He can only wait for death, you know, and he can just and death will just ferry him to hell, you know. Death awaits and hell awaits. Death awaits and hell. Death is waiting in hell. There's a special cozy place in hell for that motherfucker. Zionists are just so rude and mean and make everything about them, and then about the fact that they're Zionists. Exactly, and then like the fact that like at the time, like when I was just standing around, like I was just like standing, like and then like handing out like you know like QR codes for like the campaign that we're trying to like try to run at the time, you know, signature campaign at the time. It's a weapon. It has to do with like the weapons manufacturing. There's a company in Japan that was in cahoots with Elbit Systems. So that's what we were trying to do, right? And there were so many vacationing Zionists that were so angry and like called me like an anti-Semitic to my face. And like you don't understand, like they were like this one lady that was just like pointing like their finger at my face. That was so like aggressive. Like, how do you vacation in a country and then like be mad at what the locals are doing? Like, bitch, like go home. Oh wait, don't go home because that's not actually your home. Go back to where you're fucking, you know, where your ancestors are actually from. Don't go back actually. Fucking hell, that was so aggressive. Like I was literally just doing my part to like I was not even part of the chanting. I was just like walking around like helping, you know, other organizers to like distribute something. Like how do you like do that in my face? How are you so mean? What the fuck? Like, but with these, you don't react. Like, you don't react. Like, we have a like, what do you call it? Like the when you organize in real life, you have the like a common conduct when it comes to like agent provocateurs or like those like whatever like aggressive people you know that want to argue with you. What I do is like send them to our liaison, like the person that has like more training in dealing with aggressors. So that's what I did. I'm like, oh, well, you can talk to our, like, you know, organizer, whatever. I don't want to talk to you. But, man, like, I didn't deserve that finger on my face. Fuck you. Ew. Like, get out of my personal space. What the fuck? Like I basically just it tried to like forget that memory because it was so awful. Like I've never met so like such a rude person in real life. Like in my entire life, like that dude does that to my face. That was the first time for me. I was shook, you know, because nobody like in Japan, people are not really like confrontational like that, you know. So to be some like some bitch like pointing at me at my face, and of course like I was part of like the part like the organization. I can't like just like fucking punch the lady in the face. I wanted to punch her in the face, but that would make us look bad, you know. It's all about the optics, so you need to be really careful about your like conduct in public, especially if you want people to sympathize to your like to like have more like, you know, to be more sympathetic to your cause, especially in a society like Japan, where people are non-confrontational. Zionists are creepy assholes, disgusting pieces of shit. I know. Their ancestors probably fled to Argentina in 1945. I know, right? Oh my god. When your entire identity is based on colonization, no space is off limits for them. That is for fucking sure true. I agree. I wish I believed in hell so that I could take solace in these ghouls' eventual punishment. I know, right? Sometimes I try to believe in hell. Like, I don't even give a fuck. Like, I think I've mentioned it before. I don't give a fuck if I'm also part of like, if I also go there, as long as these motherfuckers are there too, you know? I take that. I'd take one for the team. Like, you guys, you motherfuckers deserve to be here. And you need to be punished. Like, I don't think I would be punished as severely as you guys are because I was not a war criminal in my life, you know? In my lifetime, I was not a fucking war criminal. And I did not, like, you know, like, willingly, consciously, like, just approve policies that would take people's lives, you know? Like you guys do. Remember, no politics, Izzy. When some young man was being interviewed and was talking about Izzy's soccer team, like he was like, "Oh, they were good." He was actually praising Izzy, you know, and they were like, "No politics here." Exactly that. Exactly that. Their demeanor is like almost it's the same. Like I don't understand. Why are they so rude? Oh my god. Supremacists think that the world belongs to them. As just as what we saw, as was what we have seen. As colonizers, they view the entire world as their plaything, much like many Americans, for fucking sure. Oh, hello, Henge. By the way, hi, man. I hope stream is going well. Hope I didn't miss too much. Well, we're almost half into it, so we probably have one more hour of discussion to this. You know, if you know what I mean. It takes fucking hours for me to get through videos, but we have to talk about this, you know? We have to really talk about this. When your entire identity is based on... Yeah, okay. Reminder that no matter what the country, there are no horrible people waiting to be annoying to everyone. There are horrible people waiting to be annoying to everyone. That is true. That is true, but I think we could make an exception for Izzy because they are, as a society-wide, like a large percentage of them are really, really genocidal. Like, I'm not even kidding. They're not a normal society, like, at all. We cannot compare like a normal society that was allowed to like have just like, you know, people that naturally would just lean to the left and right, whatever. No, there are no leftists in there are no real leftists in Israel. America and Israel seem to empower, cultivate them though. America, oh wait. Well, people in Japan won't directly say they hate you, but as soon as you're not around, you know that they're talking to you. Yeah, I do know that. I live here. Yes. Edin. they're non-confrontational, but they can stab you in the back just as hard. I'm just saying that like optics matters a lot here, you know. As an Ethiopian, I was shocked, felt a personal shame learning how many Ethiopians side with Israel, because they're also like Ethiopian Jews, right? Actually, they were forced to go to Israel, right? And a lot of the Ethiopian Jewish population were sterilized without their knowledge, right? Israel admitted that they sterilized Ethiopians because they probably didn't want that African blood intermingling with the European ones, you know? I don't know, but that sounds very fashy to me. That sounds very eugenics to me. Wait. I am Sinvi. You made Nightbot mad. I am Sinvi. I think my Nightbot is like doesn't allow for like spamming symbols. You can only like up until a certain degree. One thing that makes me less horrified of heat death is that every single person that made the world the way it is will vanish for good along with everyone. That's like the nuclear option, live the storm. I mean, I get you. I really do. But also, like, a lot of innocent people deserve to live too, you know. But maybe heat death, but like, let's just transport all of the war criminals and then, like, let them heat death themselves, you know? Like, that's all we want. The guy crashed the interview when nobody wanted him there. Just like Palestine. Which one? Which guy are you talking about, It's Fuego? Absolute truth. The problem is that they combine. Oh, you mean the Israel? You mean the Jizzy? The Jizzy that was like no politic here. Okay, I tried. Yeah. Chat is talking about different things, but it's okay. We thugging it. We doing our best. Yes, that's something that I hate when politicians use them as a way to spread hate and misinformation. That is true. I was raised Orthodox Christian, so I had no knowledge of this stuff till I was an adult. Shit's crazy. I wrote what in many. Yeah, I know. I saw it. And Nightbot was angry. Okay, don't make Nightbot angry. And a socialist movement. Yeah. You made launch them into the sun. Selective heat death. Exactly. Only selective heat death. We can throw them straight at our sun. We can yeet them into the sun. Let's yeet all of them into the sun. Oh, the Israeli guy who crashed the football fan interview. Maybe it's just my existential dread speaking. I don't know. I understand you. I also have that every time at the back of my mind. Welcome to your regular existential dread. Live the storm. It do be what it is. If you like have seen like, if you understood, if you become a leftist of like any, even like, you know, like the softest like tendencies, you would have these existential dread episodes like from time to time. So let's just be miserable together. At the very least, let us stew in our misery once in a while. At least, you know, we're in a cozy space talking about our eventual extinction because of a few groups of people that refuse to do anything about climate change. Am I right? With the power of communism, we can survive heat death. I know. I'm just kidding, by the way. We need to have revolutionary optimism, okay? Like we can't like have our our regular existential dread like overshadow revolutionary optimism. So I'm just saying, you know. It's just a jet. I'm just kidding. Like we think we need to be steadfast. We need to take inspiration from the Palestinians to be steadfast in our beliefs and the fight. You know, we have to continue this.
Factors that led to the difference between when we looked at this agreement in May and when we looked at it now. One of the things that Trump is thinking about, one of the things that Biden is thinking about, that Biden has suffered from, one of the things that all the players are thinking about. And now more than ever, because we know just from, if we don't even want to go back into history, we can just look at a couple of months ago, the ceasefire that was initiated between Lebanon and Israel.
Yeah, what Hinge said, like pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. Yes, I agree. Why are leftists always mad? Really, why aren't you? Exactly. I call bullshit. This ceasefire will last through the first week of Trump presidency. We all know CIA will sneak an operative in Hamas and do something to aggravate everyone. For fucking sure, yeah. They just want the entirety of Gaza flattened, you know?
Israel violates that ceasefire every single day. There's some speculation that they won't actually withdraw fully. It's unclear right now, but they're not really holding up the terms, and they're consistently violating the ceasefire. So, and that's with U.S. backing, with U.S. support, with U.S. weapons, with U.S. intelligence, with all the U.S. is right behind them. So the question of implementation of the ceasefire, the mediators and the enforcers of the ceasefire are the United States, who is not a objective party to this. It is fully on the side of Israel. The UAE, Qatar, Egypt, all of these are not fully objective mediators. They all have their own interests, and very rarely do they truly lie with the liberation cause of the Palestinian people. So it's the role of the movement in solidarity with the Palestinian people to be that voice of conscience and to interpret for the general public what's actually going on. We need to actually hold Israel and the United States to account. They agreed to a ceasefire. They need to actually uphold those terms. We will be watching and we will be clarifying for people what happens. That's the role of the movement, and we have to actually increase our activity.
And when you think about this long term, Israel is basically a small country with a very big military because it's an extension of the American military. It's the extension of the biggest military power in the history of the human race, also known as the Pentagon. But Israeli society is divided. It's divided politically, and also because it is a small country and basically a settler regime, not in the 17th century or 16th century like North America or Australia or New Zealand or Canada. This is like we're in the contemporary era. And the Israeli population, many of them have a second passport. Many of them have a third passport. If Israel's reputation in the world is one associated with apartheid and racism and genocide, the way the South African regime was such a reviled regime, South Africans couldn't really travel anywhere without getting the wrath of white South Africans, without getting the wrath of people saying, like, you are modern day fascists. A lot of people in Israel don't want to live like with that reputation either, and they have options. They can leave. Many of them are leaving.
Many of them are leaving, and on top of it, it's a settler society in the contemporary times. Mm-hmm. People who are settling the Palestinian territory, who are coming in to build the project of Israel, besides the kind of extreme fanatic type, settlers who are going out and encroaching and trying to expand the Israeli territory and are willing to kind of live like they're carrying out armed struggle. The majority of people, they expect conditions of life like Europe, like the average European or more.
A privileged life.
A privileged life. They all, most of them have second passports. Many of them come from New York and from U.S.
New York
cities,
or from Eastern Europe.
and they want a comparable lifestyle. The Israeli economy has taken a massive hit since the beginning of the genocide because it is a state that basically is just an army. Every single person has to serve in the military from age 17. On top of it, there's so many people who are reservists. And people did not sign up for this. They signed up for a comfy, privileged life comparable to their experiences in other Western countries. And that can't be sustained for very long. People they're suffering economically. They're scared because of all the fear mongering that their own government is creating for them. Some of them have had to leave because they left in parts closer to Lebanon. Many of them have been deployed and have to go fight. And there's been exposés of the extreme violence that the military personnel are carrying out, and the violent consciousness that has been just built into the consciousness of Israeli society, the brutal thing.
Holy shit, my VPN just died and then restarted. What the fuck? Man, okay, sorry about that. Let's go back a bit. Before I do that, I want to read the comments. I want to read the chat. Thousands of simulations of advanced alien civilizations led to the result of all of them wiping themselves out with climate change. That study doesn't look promising. Yeah, we're fucking cooked. Like literally, we are gonna be cooked with climate change. I don't trust Israel to follow the ceasefire. They violate ceasefire all the time. Yeah, I agreed. Ceasefire always bullshit. The problem should be solved at the root, not frozen. Palestine should have had its own state back in the 50s. Oh, they didn't want to have that, you know. They did everything in their power to not to make sure that the Palestinians would not have a state, or would not be even recognized as one. But then the British put their man at the head of Israel and started to stall. Yeah, exactly. Israel, U.S. favorite aircraft carrier. All those he named are still settler colonies. Yeah. I know, right? Much like the American bourgeoisie is a revolving door between politicians, CEOs, and lobbyists, the relationship between the U.S. and Israel is symbiotic colonial relationship where the U.S. gains from arms manufacturing using Israel as an oil outpost. And Israel gains its sovereignty and right to oppress all around them under the wing of the U.S. Yeah. Despite the end of apartheid, South America is very much still an apartheid-like nation. No, South Africa. Sorry. Yeah. Is it still though? I think the difference between this ceasefire and the ceasefire before is the fact that U.S. stopped supporting them at least until they can cope with their loss after all those things that happened in L.A. And at least now Palestinian people has the room to breathe after all those bombings that happen every day. But you know what? I think that they shouldn't be complacent either, and still like not leave their posts. Like the resistance fighters should still keep going. Because the moment that they let their guard down and the moment that they don't really have anyone to defend them anymore, then everybody is just free, free game. Take away the stream, but you'll never take away what's in our hearts. Zetter. They obviously won't give that number if people find out that it would be easier to track the people moving in most of Those will be economic investors, the world order people. That sounds very like conspiracy theory territory. We're back. I thought the CIA got us. My VPN is NordVPN. Please, yeah. Fucking Mossad. If you really think good about Israel is closer to what the people from the right think the DPRK is than the actual DPRK. If you really think about it, Israel is closer to what the people think, to what the people from the right think the DPRK is than the actual Yes, I think that is a projection, right? That is clearly a projection by the right, you know? We will experience another ice age before they even consider fully dissolving Jizzy. Yeah, well. There was no Jizzy on a map prior to 1947. There was only Palestine. Exactly. Every accusation is a... Typing this in. Every accusation by fascists is actually a confession, a glaring confession. When they also wish like grape on anyone, like why do they always default on I hope you get graped? Is it because that's your first instinct when you torture Palestinians? Right? Is it because that's the first thing that you ever do when you hold Palestinians prisoners is graping them, right? Cuz how come like every single time that's their go-to. They love talking about grape. I don't understand their obsession with grape. I really don't get it. Holy fucking shit. More like nerd VPN. Does anyone else get really annoyed how food gets appropriate? Oh hell, nah, fed us, yes, yeah. I really like just roll my eyes when like, oh, like this, like eat the jizzy cuisine. Like what cuisine, bitch? This is not yours. It's not even named after like any like it's in Arabic still. Like why? What the fuck? The fact that they say that hummus is like a jizzy cuisine, like, come on, man. Right? It's come on, like how hummus really? But yeah, now it's we call it jizzy cuisine. Because come on, like they really think that it's theirs. Like how are these bitches so like delusional? Like the Lulu, like they're the walking the epitome of the Lulu is the Salulu, because everything that they claim is just the Lulu. Like everything that like they don't even have any, like they don't even refute it. They just like, oh no, it's ours because we said so. Like literally living, breathing examples of like the Lulu is the Salulu, you know? They are that. Not just their home, but you claim the fridge. I've seen that. Oh my god, Magyar guy. I've seen that one when they fucking even claim the fucking fridge, bro. What the fuck? They love stealing so much. It's like their first instinct is like so their first instinct is like stealing, right? Their second instinct is like graping. That's like the two things that they're known for. Graping and stealing, basically. I've seen a Jizzy chatter who literally sounds like the Vladist of Vlad saying shush. Shakshuka is an Israeli food. Omega dance. Centuries old Arabic or Mediterranean food is all of a sudden jizzy. A minor thing in the grand scheme, but annoying nonetheless. I suspect younger generations of jizzies have been taught since they were kids that they can take whatever they want, and that includes not just land. Who are they? Who is their dad? Like what Mufasa? Like all of that, everything that touches the light is yours. Who is their who indoctrinated them? Mufasa? Like, give me a fucking break. It's funny, there's a shawarma place in my area that's owned by a Jewish guy. I mean, I don't like, as long as they're not a Zionist, as long as they don't pass it off as they're like, oh, this is a jizzy cuisine, you know? Like, I mean, like, if he's an okay dude, you know, like, leave him alone. But if that guy's a Zionist, well then, you know, fuck that guy. Fascists can create culture. They can't create culture. They always copy or appropriate. Exactly. That's exactly how colonizers are. Exactly how they are. They phasing out history classes in middle and high school in the U.S., especially Cold and World War II. But then again, like the kids are now downloading Red Note app and they're learning Chinese. Well, I saw Mufasa saying that directly to me. Hand your land, jizz folks. Voice in my head said, it's mine. The jizzies cannot stop stealing and appropriating. Jizzy cuisine. I refuse to acknowledge that hummus is a jizzy cuisine. Not in my lifetime. Not after my life. I will make sure that my next reincarnation knows that. Also, not really food, but they try to claim the watermelon and the people use it to symbolize. I know. I'm starting to think that fascists are subconsciously jealous of us. Of course, they're like jelly belly. They're like jelly belly. Because they're silly billy. Like, they're just really jelly of like people who have actual culture. Because they don't have any, like, they're not rooted to anything. They can't comprehend what it's like to be rooted to a culture, to a group of people, to a community that actually cares about them. You know what, the culture that they created instead, like, they don't want to be seen as suckers, so that they just like Israel each other out, you know? That's a verb now, okay? The fact that they don't want to be seen as a sucker, they don't want to be kind to each other, because then that would make you vulnerable to like exploitation. Like, what kind of society is that? What the fuck? That's like a what? All of this stuff, Ceasefire, reminds me of that fucking SpongeBob meme. We did it, Patrick. We saved the day. So yes, yeah, I won't be surprised when the end of Netanyahu will say, "What Hamas?" Even if Israel breaks the ceasefire, I hope it gives Palestine time to regroup. Yeah, I mean, I would take whatever I can at this point, you know?
Israeli economy has taken a massive hit since the beginning of the genocide, because it is a state that basically is just an army. Every single person has to serve in the military from age 17. On top of it, there's so many people who are...
Only Sabra is jizzy. Wait, didn't some like Middle Eastern streamers on Twitch got banned because of the Sabra hummus like joke or whatever? Right? Like, how do you get banned from that? What the fuck? You made Nightbot angry again. How barbaric. Wait, I didn't know that Nightbot could get this spicy. Oh my god. What the fuck, Nightbot? No, it was saying it was a Tel Aviv specialty. Ew. What the hell? Israelis merely claim the cuisine. Palestinians were born with it, molded by it. Exactly. They even know how like the ancient way of like extracting olives, you know? Like extracting olive oil from olives. Their parents were probably war criminals too. I've seen video of old Jizzy's former soldiers bragging about their war crimes. I know their grandfather, not just their parents, their grandparents too. Remember, the Jizzy was founded during that time where their grandfathers were like, you know, like in their 20s or something. Their logic confuses the fuck out of me, because even if that land was rightfully theirs, how can they casually joke about unaliving and raping and believe you're the right side of history? Pure Olympic level gymnastics. I know, right? Like they really think, because this is like the complete package of dehumanization, right? When you don't see someone as a human being, you don't even think about it. When you've dehumanized a group of people so much, it doesn't even register to you that it's wrong to like kill them. Because literally in your mind, right? Like in your logic, your brain already thinks that this is just a cockroach that I'm killing. They are not humans. So it's not wrong for me to kill cockroaches. I'm just killing pests. That's just the full like transformation of like, you know, that's the entire package of dehumanization. I wonder what the Duolingo stats for Mandarin lesson takers look like right now. I know, right? My aunt, who's retired, found Red Book. She loves China now. Man, you should go live there. I actually don't know how it works yet, but I will try to work my Red Note app account. I did make an account though, but I haven't posted anything yet. It's like homophobes, they get angry at guys getting boyfriends. Sorry, dude, you're just jealous. Like, okay, if they date a guy then. Fuck a guy. What the hell? What's wrong with you? Like, exactly. I don't understand why people get so, like, why they get so mad. Like other dudes are fucking other dudes. What are you mad because you can't partake in it? Go fuck a guy. What the hell? Live your truth, boo boo. You know, that's all you, boo. Like, it's really, you're preventing yourself from living your best life. It's like homophobe. Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, anyway. Yes, Vio and Frogan, one of Hassan's mods, and two others I forgot. What the hell? I didn't remember the actual number, but it skyrocketed. I have to go now. Bye. Bye, Amunicoin. Ammonium coin, rather. Have you seen the Tentura documentary? It's wild, with former IOF soldiers grinning about their war crimes. I don't think I'm ready to look at it. Like I act for my mental health. I currently avoid like looking at documentaries that have like that will like make me angry. Cause right now I'm already angry and sad as it is. I can't take it any. I can't take any more like mental strain. Imagine bragging about your war crimes, being in Jizz Army, and not spewing enough to make lyrics to a whole new Dead Kennedys album. Yeah. A two-state solution, since realistically, I don't think this conflict will not until one side annihilate the other, in my opinion. I don't think there was never like a two-state solution. Like, the Jizzies don't want that. Do you think they want that? They don't want that. The Palestinians are just happy to take whatever they can, you know? But since the Jizzies don't want that, then they have no choice but to defend themselves. Like, think of yourself in their shoes. Like, would you just stand there if everyone in your family just gets burns to the ground? Like, who in their right fucking mind would not want to go and defend their families, you know? Like, it's either you're like just really stupid or very disingenuous, you know? Like, you're just being a hypocrite. One secular democratic state with equal rights for all from the river to the sea. For all from the river to the sea. Yes, I do agree with that. Do not anger the mana. She's more dangerous than the corium reactor. Not really. I'm all right, but like I have a short fuse. When I'm experiencing anger, I really ban people. You know, I'm ban happy when I'm angry. It's everything you're imagining it to be. I'll take 2-state solution. 2 Palestines is better than 1. Okay, good one, March. Take 2-state solution. I know Palestine is a bit much, but I'll take it. / joke I found on Twitter. What? 2 Palestines is a bit much, but I'll take it. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. Israel falling or being massively weakened will be a major crack in one of the pillars of U.S. hegemony. Yeah, it will happen though, because they cannot, as it is right now, they cannot keep going as a society. Two Palestines, yeah. Hello, oh, Comrade Larry, let's go! Hell yeah! Welcome. You're a mod now, so that you can spot the Nazis in my chat. If you don't already, guys, please follow Comrade Larry. He also streams about Juche and all other communist things and the social issues as well. But he specializes in Juche. If you're curious about Juche, you know the philosophy behind the DPRK, please follow Comrade Larry. Anyway, I need to drink. I need to rehydrate because I'm getting dehydrated right now. But let me just give Comrade Larry a shout out. There we go. Hell yeah, let's go! Thank you so much, Imps. Support the comrades! Such an empire that subsists on blood and oil will fall eventually, as will the U.S. Yeah. Hatsune Miku does not talk to Israel people. The only bombs I need are my bombing your mom's. Yo, okay, that's spicy. All right, maybe let's not like violate other moms behind right now. But I mean, to be fair, I was saying jizzy cuisine this entire time. Okay, but I let it slide. Just realized, have you spent 4 hours on just this bit? Wait, yes, do not question me. Do not question me. I'm so geared. We're almost done.
Reservists. And people did not sign up for this. They signed up for a comfy, privileged life comparable to their experiences in other Western countries. And that can't be sustained for very long. People they're suffering economically. They're scared because of all the fear-mongering that their own government is creating for them. Some of them have had to leave because they left in parts closer to Lebanon. Many of them have been deployed and have to go fight. And there's been exposés of the extreme violence that these the military personnel are carrying out, and the violent consciousness that has been just built into the consciousness of Israeli society, the brutal things that they say and that they do while they're killing and massacring Palestinian people. But there's also high rates of mental illness, people who are refusing to go do their military assignments. A large percentage of reservists are not showing up to their post. People who are actively engaged in the military.
Exactly.
There was a letter in the past week of 800 parents of active military members said they will refuse to allow their children to go back to actual armed activity in Gaza, that they're refusing to allow their children to take up their military duties as they're described. People don't want to do this.
And many people who are not friendly to the Palestinians in Israel, really not supportive of the Palestinian people at all, but they hold Netanyahu responsible and the right wing responsible for dragging this war out to these 465 days, where if the Israelis and if Netanyahu had early on entered into negotiations, a vast number of the Israeli hostages could have been released a long time ago and would have been alive and would have been healthy. I mean, the hostage families in Israel tried to organize and did organize protests and so on, but there weren't that many of them perhaps. And also, Netanyahu was getting so many kudos, both from the Western press, from the U.S., and from the right-wing Israeli media, which is most of the media. There's some liberal media, but it's not the mainstream, certainly in Israel. Kudos for having, carried out a terrorist action against the Hezbollah when they put explosive devices into 5,000, explosive materials into 5,000 pagers, so that so many people were blinded or lost their hands or fingers.
Yeah.
And the Israeli government was like, wow, we did
Can I
it.
just say, Gaza has the highest rate of, amputee children in the world, right?
Look at our technological prowess, and our enemies are naked, and the fact that they could assassinate Nasrallah and other top central tiers of the Hezbollah leadership. These were considered like kudos, like a feather in Netanyahu's cap. Like, this was great. But there's another part of the Israeli population which, while not actually in solidarity with the Palestinian people at all, that wasn't their priority. Their priority was not how Benjamin Netanyahu looked. Their priority was to end the war and to get the hostages back. So there are cleavages inside of Israeli society, the ability of Israelis to leave. World public opinion has changed. Even the Israeli soccer team, football team, hooligans who were snatching Palestinian flags in Europe, well, people in Europe answered them. They were like, no, you're here. We're not going to allow you. And then anybody who resisted them was castigated in the American media and the Israeli media as being anti-Semitic when they were just standing up to violent thugs.
Yeah,
anyway,
exactly.
The world has changed since October 7th. It's changed for Gaza in a horrible way. So many deaths, so much destruction, so many wounds, all of it. We know all of that. The destruction of the hospitals and the universities. But the world political situation has changed in a way that's very, very unfavorable long-term for the Zionist project, which is a settler colonial project in the contemporary era. And I think when we look back at October 7th, I know some people, and I think some people even in the U.S. left said, well, the resistance forces shouldn't have done it. They shouldn't have taken up arms. They shouldn't have tried to, break out of the open-air prison known as Gaza, that it wasn't worth it, and so on. And whatever, the Palestinian people will determine their own course. They have self-determination as their right. But the fact of the matter is that prior to October 7th, on October 6th, or any of the days before that, the U.S. imperialist ruling class establishment was intent on extinguishing the flame of Palestinian freedom and sovereignty by normalizing Israel's occupation of Palestinian lands. Palestine, West Bank, the parts of Palestine that were not occupied in 1948, the West Bank and Gaza, for instance, or the Golan Heights, which was part of Syria. They were seized in a 6-day war in 1967. They were seized at that time. And now with the normalization of relations, which was what Trump was planning with the reactionary Arab monarchs, regimes in the Gulf, and then other Arab governments like the Egyptian government that had already normalized relations with Israel, the goal was to make Palestine completely isolated. Completely isolated, such that the Palestinian people would, over time, have to be defeated. But since October 7th, the world has changed, and I think this is the big picture that I want to get at. Gaza has changed for the worse. The world has changed in a way that has rejected Zionism and the Zionist expansionist plans to destroy the Palestinian people. So, as Dr. Martin Luther King says, as Eugene Puryear has mentioned on our show, the arc of the universe is long, but it tends to bend in the direction of justice. Well, it doesn't bend
What was that Eugene take?
by itself. People bend it. And this struggle, with all of its terribleness, has also created a sense, an arc of justice for the Palestinian people that I believe is irreversible. Anyway, I want to get your thoughts on that.
I agree with you. I mean, the changes, the transformation of the way people understand Palestine, Gaza has become in many ways the center of the struggle against imperialism, and it has rapidly expanded the people who see themselves as part of that struggle. It has what has happened over the past 15 months has, on the one hand, shown the nobleness of the Palestinian cause, the true intention of the Palestinian people who are fighting for their right to live on their
That's why Egypt is hated by most people. Yeah, they're sellouts.
land, fighting against an occupation, an imperialist, colonialist occupation that is the most brutal, that will go to any means to attempt to exterminate the resistance. And the fact that the Palestinian people have resisted this and have deflected Israel and the United States from achieving their military objectives, that is a huge inspiration to people. It changes the way you can see the future. For many young people in the United States, for example, they have never known a day when the United States is not at war, whether or not it's being spoken about in the media. The idea that the U.S. isn't in control of all territories on the world can feel like it's an inevitability. But what October 7 did was, and since then, was one, destroy the image of U.S. imperialism as some sort of benevolent force that's keeping the world order together. It destroyed it completely. The American people don't have trust in or see the White House as a legitimate moral authority anymore. The people of the world do not see it that way either. It creates a level of doubt every time Biden or now Trump or Blinken or Rubio or anyone in the current or next administration is going to go out and say this is what's happening. People are going to second guess it. They're going to say, why are you saying that? Because they've lived through the past 15 months where they've seen on their phones the massacre of unarmed civilians, of children, mass starvation, all with the tax money of American citizens and the budget of the United States.
And the fact that ordinary Americans do not even have health care. Like, yay, all of my taxes are going to what? Killing babies. Where? In the Middle East. Motherfucker.
So it's completely exposed the agenda of U.S. imperialism. That is irreversible. People, when they go through that experience, they only get more and more consciousness.
Ridiculous.
They don't go backwards. Once you see it, you can't forget it. And it's a massive, massive change. I don't think we can really understate how important that is for the long arc of the Palestinian liberation struggle. Because it was never going to be won in one battle. I mean, it's going up against the wealthiest, mightiest militaries of the world. But now, when the U.S. is reshaping the Middle East, when they're trying to carry out their plan to reshape the Middle East, they have to do it in a context in which they are seen for what they truly are, imperialist, brutal, monstrous, genocidal force. It's going to be much more difficult for them to get the legitimacy to complete their project than it was before. And the right to resist occupation and colonization and imperialism is now undeniable. The Palestinian people put that back on the table. The question of struggling against your occupiers is no longer a question. People saw how important it is. They understand that. This is also an irreversible fact.
Yeah, and I think it's important for us just to take a moment to parse the language, because obviously October 7th was a violent act. You know, when the Palestinian fighters came into what is called the State of Israel, that's a violent act. And anybody who, you know, wants a new world would prefer the world to be peaceful. They would prefer the world not to have violence. But when the Israelis routinely bomb Gaza, which they've done, you know, over and over again. I mean, there have been many
Come
wars.
to think about it, they're the ones who do not want peace, and they were like, "Oh, we just want peace. Fuck you, bitch. You're the instigator, always, all the time, every day, all day, every day."
Even in the last 20 years, where thousands of people in Gaza have been destroyed.
They call it mowing the lawn
They
operations.
call it, the Israelis use this sort of clinical term. We're mowing the lawn, meaning we're going to cut down the
fuck
resistance.
off.
We're
Holy
gonna from time to time we have to mow the lawn. That's not called terrorism. It's not even actually called violence. It's always called self-defense. Now, when
they always have like this like pristine like terms for like whatever the jizzies are doing. Like there's always like, oh, they're just like mowing the lawn. What the fuck? Yeah, they're literally flattening Palestinian bodies with a bulldozer. The fuck is wrong with you?
the Palestinians came across the wall into Israel on October 7th, they were coming into a part of historic Palestine that had been Palestinian villages, homes, wooden homes, and stone homes that were either burned to the ground if they were wood, or shattered, broken up if they were stone by the Israelis. All of the Arab villages in that area, right outside of Gaza, were destroyed as part of the Israeli military's orders after 1948. So it would be the Palestinian people going back to their homes that had been demolished, violently demolished. And again, use the language violence. Why is that never described as violence? It's called Israeli independence in the media. That was violence. That was violence. Now, in 2018, the Palestinian resistance forces in Gaza wanted to do something that was nonviolent in the same area, the same wall that was breached on October 7th. What did they do? Every Friday they came and they had these big nonviolent protests. They were called the Great March of Return, meaning they could look over the wall and say, we want to go home. Those are our homes. Those are our villages. So they used this kind of symbolic, performative, peaceful protests. And the Israeli military shot them. They sniped them. They shot them many times in the legs or the arms, but frequently in the head or the chest. They killed people in wheelchairs at the Great Wall of Return.
They killed the emergency medical aid people coming in to treat the wounded from that had been shot from the protests. And they killed those
what
nurses.
did the U.S. government and the U.S. media say about the Great March of Return, the peaceful protest in the same area? They said nothing. They didn't condemn it. They didn't criticize it. They were like, the complicated Palestinian-Israeli conflict. So then the Palestinians have no ability to have a peaceful protest because they're being shot down by the Israeli Defense Forces. So
I just gotta comment that I gotta find a pen to do my penance for today, man. Okay. That actually made me laugh. Just randomly in the chat. I gotta do my penance. Let's not go to that yabe, though I shared the sentiment. Wait, did Zetter say something? I'm about to mow there. Yeah, Zetter, let's not do that here. Let's not get TOS. Wait, Nightbot, you made Nightbot angry. Everybody, Nightbot is relentless today. Human-made horrors for today, yeah. I know, right? Thanks for dropping by, Live the Storm. But we will finish this today.
So the option then is, if all peaceful protest avenues are foreclosed, picking up the gun also becomes the only available option. Now, George Washington picked up the gun. I'm very sure King George III would have branded George Washington a terrorist. John Brown picked up the gun against the system of slavery, and the American government sent Robert E. Lee, who at that time was the head of the U.S. military, to suppress it, because John Brown was the terrorist, not the slave owners who imposed violence every day, every hour, every minute to maintain a system of slavery. They were never characterized as terrorists or violent. So I want to say all these things, not that they're not obvious, but they need to be said, because when we talk about language and the language of violence, the language of terrorism, we also have to recognize that the language of the imperialists always whitewashes their own violence, which is constant. And when you scale it up between the violence of the oppressed, the colonized, and the violence of the oppressors, the colonizers, there's no comparison. Again, it's really important when we're fighting this battle of ideas about the narrative to reject the notion that Palestinian resistance equals terrorism and Israeli violence, American violence equals self-defense. These terms are flawed.
Exactly, and they've been redefined by the imperialist agenda to serve their own interests. And I think it's also important to look at history. There's no struggle of the colonized or of the oppressed that didn't have to use armed struggle, armed means, violent means, also to put pressure to achieve their goals, to beat back the boot of the power that was oppressing them. If you are being imprisoned in an open air prison, if you're being told you can't move, you can't have medicine, you can't have water, by somebody blocking you from going back to your house, separating you from your family, are you going to just accept it? No, you can't, of course. And the Palestinian struggle for liberation has always relied on multiple means, not just armed struggle. The Great March of Return is a perfect example of this. The tradition of popular mobilization.
And so many of them died too, like with the Great March of Return.
Of manifestations,
that
protests.
That was like unarmed like movement, and they still get fucking killed. Like they did everything and anything and everything under the sun, but still nothing is enough. So look, they have nothing left. Okay, the ones that did the peaceful protests, they all killed them.
Going up to the apartheid wall in the West Bank, going right up to the wall and protesting against it, and suffering from the tear gas, from the shooting, assassinations, from imprisonment and raids. People use all forms of struggle. They use cultural forms of struggle. The apartheid wall is covered in beautiful resistance art. The production of Palestinian revolutionary and liberatory literature and art and music cannot be compared to any other production of revolutionary literature, I think, in any other location of struggle. I mean, the diversity of forms of resistance is so huge. So to condemn the Palestinian resistance as terrorists is completely false. All it does is serve to mask the fact that it's actually the Israeli occupation and its U.S. backers that are carrying out, that are the greatest sponsors of terrorism across the world.
They are.
Occupation is illegal.
Across the world, like whatever like G-side that ever happened in history ever, make them like I tell you, the U.S. and Jizzy are in cahoots with that. They have something to do with it. Like the Armenian genocide. Jizzy is there. Jizzy was there. The U.S. was there. Guatemala, the Jizzy was there. Rwanda, Jizzy was there.
Also, in the UN, in international law, the right of the oppressed living under illegal occupation to resist, including armed resistance, is codified into international law. It's part of UN resolutions. This language struggle, the struggle over words, will be reflective of the larger struggle between oppressed peoples and oppressed classes and those who are oppressing them. That's not going to stop. I just want to, as we get towards the finish line, I want to just recontextualize what's going on. The war against the Palestinian...
It's almost like history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class. Exactly. It's just class struggle is the unifying theme of all. Need to put Jizzy was there on the shirt. Don't let's. It's really sussy though. I don't think I'll sell that merch, but you can use that if you want to make your own shirt. You can quote me on that. Whatever G said that was, Jizzy was there. Wait, hold up. My model froze. What the ever living fuck?
People
Okay.
is not new. The
OBS,
Nakba,
no.
May 1948, the terrible ethnic cleansing, hundreds of thousands of people driven from their homes, the use of massacres by Zionist violent gangs in 1948. We know about that. And then it continued. The seizure or attempted the invasion of Egypt and the seizure of other Arab lands by the Israelis with the support of Britain and France at that time in 1956. In 1967 was a turning point. It was
Now
a
I'm
six-day
frozen.
war against Egypt, Syria, and the others, as we talked about. 6 days. In 6 days, Gaza was seized. In 6 days, the West Bank was seized. In 6 days, the Golan Heights were seized, and now they've been annexed from Syria. In 6 days, the Sinai was seized from, and Egypt had a massive army. In 6 days, the Israelis did this. After 465 days, not in Egypt, not in these other places, but against this little strip of land, against a people concentrated in this little strip of land called Gaza. After 465 days, there is a negotiated end to the war. It's not if this was a complete victory for Israel, as the U.S. is going to try to present it, there would not have been a negotiated end. Complete victories include unconditional surrender imposed on the defeated party. But instead, the Israelis have come back to the negotiating table, and they've actually changed the position from May 2024 in a way that the deal is actually better for the Palestinian side. That doesn't